Order, order. Vice-Chamberlain in the household. So I'm on TV last night.
A message from the King, sir, in reply to a loyal and dutiful address from this House. I have received your humble address praying that I should appoint Rashid Parmar as an electoral commissioner with effect from the 31st of March 2026 for the period ending 30th of March 2030. I will comply with your request.
Thank you.
Good luck in the next game. Order, order. The clerk will now proceed to read the title of the private bill for today.
Royal Albert Hall Bill, Lords, report stage.
Report stage what day?
Monday the 4th of May, Mr Speaker.
Monday the 4th of May. We now come to a motion relating to the Royal Albert Bill, the Chairman of Ways and Means. Objection taken. Motion to be taken what day?
Monday the 4th of May, Mr Speaker.
Monday the 4th of May. We come to the motion relating to Malvern Hills, the Chairman of Ways and Means.
I beg to move, Mr Speaker.
Objection taken.
Monday the 4th of May, Mr Speaker.
Monday the 4th of May. Motion relating to Cheltenham Borough Council, Brackets Markets Bill, Chairman of Ways and Means.
Beg to move, Mr Speaker.
No objection taken. The question is as on the order paper. As many of that have been, say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Before we come to questions, I wish to make a short statement. Numerous honourable and right honourable members from across the House have written to ask me to give precedence to a matter as an issue of privilege. One of those letters is from the Leader of the Opposition. The matter concerns the Prime Minister's answers to the House about the process for the appointment of Peter Mandelson and related issues. I think it will be helpful to the House if I explain my role in deciding whether a complaint should be put to the House. Privileged issues should only be brought to the House sparingly, and it is my duty to act as a gatekeeper to ensure that frivolous applications are not taken forward. As a gatekeeper, my role is to decide whether an honourable member has made a case which the House itself should be able to consider, not to decide whether someone is likely to have committed a contempt. If precedence is given, the member tables a motion for debate. At the end of the debate, the House itself takes a decision on whether the matter should be taken further. Some may be wondering why this issue is being looked at now. To be clear, I cannot determine whether an application is made. I have to consider any application when it comes to me. In this case, having taken advice, I have decided to allow the House to come to a view on whether the Committee of Privileges should look at the matter. It is not for me to make any decision or view. Therefore, the Leader of the Opposition will have the opportunity to put the matter to the House tomorrow. The debate will be taken after any urgent questions and statements or any 10-minute rule bill. We now come to questions of Secretary of State for Works and Pensions. James McCleary.
Question number 1, Mr Speaker.
One. Minister.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I'd like to answer questions 1, 3 and 22 together. The Government has made its decision on this case on the 29th of January 2026, after giving the PSHO's report careful consideration. The detailed reasons for our decision were set out in our response, which has been placed in the House Library.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman has recommended compensation for millions of WASPI women. In 99% of cases, PHSO recommendations are complied with. So by not complying, does the Minister accept that singling out this group amounts to discrimination on the basis of sex and age? And if not, What possible justification can the Minister offer?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. As I said previously to this House, it is unusual but not unprecedented for the government to take a different view to the PSHO. That does not mean that we have not taken their report incredibly seriously. I've personally met with them as well, but we've set out the detailed reasons for the decision we have come to, as I said, in the response that we laid in the House of Commons Library on the 29th of January.
Shannon.
Mr Speaker, thank you. On behalf of 6,000 WASPI women in Strangford, can I ask this question? Given that the Department's own 2007 evaluation raised serious doubts about the effectiveness of pensioners' letters, how can the Minister justify the decision that no direct financial loss occurred when thousands of women were deprived of the 28-month notice period required to adjust their life savings and retirement plans? And in light of the Scottish Parliament's decision to again press this issue in February, will the Minister please do the right thing and put actions before apologies and deliver help and support? I say that respectfully, but I do want a good answer. Thank you.
Well, the honourable member has raised this issue repeatedly over a number of years, and I recognise that specifically on the issues he raises, it was the Ombudsman itself rather than the government that initially set out that the women affected did not suffer direct financial loss. What's sitting behind the Ombudsman's judgment in saying that is that the issue facing the Ombudsman was not the original decision to both increase and then accelerate the increase in the state pension age. That was originally taken in 1995 and then accelerated in 2011 by the then coalition government. The Ombudsman was looking narrowly at the question about how that increase in the state pension age was communicated. And I think it's really important with our constituents to clarify that distinction. It's on the latter, on the communication of that state pension age, that we have been discussing in this House on numerous occasions. Specifically, he raises the 2007 evidence. What it showed was that a minority of people read and remembered letters, but it showed something else that's quite important, which was those with good knowledge of their state pension entitlement were most likely to read the letters. And so it wasn't a good measure. It was not a good metric for assuming that the majority of those who were sent letters would have learned something from that and changed what they knew.
Seamus Lopez.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, these women were not properly informed about changes to their state pension. So said the PHSO on the 21st of March 2024, just in time for the election that year, which of course so many members opposite had promised to address if elected. Another shameful broken promise. So can I ask the Minister to explain why the last ministerial meeting with the WASPI women took place in September 2024? And secondly, can he tell the House what work has been undertaken in his department regarding a properly structured compensation scheme which can be implemented when the government decides it's time for another U-turn?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The honourable member raises the question mark about what members on this side of the House were promising in the 2024 election. Actually, I'm sure he's aware, but our manifesto was clear. It did not make a commitment to bring forward compensation. What is the case is that the people on this side of the House opposed the acceleration of the state pension age back in 2011, which in some cases only gave women 5 years' notice. But of course, we lost that vote in Parliament and in subsequent elections, and courts unfortunately upheld that decision. What we're debating in this case is, as I say, about the communications, not the decision and itself. And on those grounds, as I say, we've set out in detail the reasons for the decisions we've made and laid it before the House of Commons Library.
We now go over to a marathon runner. 5 hours, 20 minutes, Chris Vince.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I won't lie, bobbing is slightly more difficult than normal this morning. Can the Minister detail what the Ombudsman found in terms of financial loss women suffered as a result of delay in sending out letters? And on a more general point, can I ask the Minister to talk about what this government is doing to support women in retirement in my constituency of Harlow?
Minister.
Well, the honourable member not only makes a large effort when it comes to pounding the streets, but in terms of raising the cases of his constituents, and in this case, female pensioners. And he's absolutely right to say that there is this distinction between the communication of state pension age increases and the increase in the state pension age. And it's the latter that's had such an effect on millions of women, and in particular, the speed of that increase that happened in 2011. I think there are lessons for this House and for all governments about what would happen in future. We certainly would not be bringing forward those kinds of short notice changes. He's also right, though, to say that what matters more generally is what we're doing to support pensioners and make sure they have dignity and support in retirement. And on that front, what we're doing in just this month is increasing the state pension and continuing to do that via the triple lock over the course of this Parliament. That is set to see an increase of up to £2,100, but also making sure that £26 billion of investment is going into our NHS, bringing down waiting lists month on month, because this government came into office with 1 in 5 of those aged over 75 on NHS waiting lists, and we cannot allow that to continue.
Mark Garnier, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And in opposition, Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister promised compensation for WASPy women. But when faced with the economic reality of the costs, he and the Secretary of State chose common sense over ideology. In the spirit of that pragmatism, can I ask that the Pensions Minister also takes a sensible, thoughtful approach to mandation powers in the pension schemes bills and remove Clause 40 altogether?
I thank the honourable member for his question, and we've obviously debating this quite extensively over recent weeks, and the House will get another chance to do that later today. As I've set out during those debates, this is a case for where the industry itself has set out that it is in savers' interest to invest in a wider range of assets. That reflects lessons from across the rest of the industry, open DB schemes, but also from the rest of the world, where the UK DC schemes' lack of exposure to that wider range of assets makes it stands out. We have then put in place a reserve measure to backstop those changes that the industry says are needed to solve a collective action problem that, again, I won't try this House by repeating, but to make sure that savers don't lose out. And we've also put in place significant protections around an affirmative vote, but also a savers' interest test that give pension schemes the ability to spell out what is in the interests of their members.
Vicky Slay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Like many honourable and right honourable members across the House...
Number
I'm
two.
so sorry, question 2.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In our last annual report and accounts 2024-25, we set out that we answered some 43 million calls, up from 37 million calls the year before. Our call answering rate increased to 86%, and the average answering time improved by 1 minute and 12 seconds. We are, of course, looking to improve further where we can, have continued to prioritise the service, and through focusing extra resources, as well as a current systematic effort on clearing agent work queues to free up capacity, we hope to see that progress lead to further improvements very soon.
Vicky Slay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm very glad that the call time answering has speeded up, but like many other members, my office is constantly dealing with very long delays from DWP. Jackie appealed a PIP assessment for her husband, who died a couple of months later, back in September 2024. In January, she received a letter saying that she had been overpaid £7,000. I got involved in the middle of last year. It was established that the figure was £75. The DWP confirmed that in January, but in April, so we're now almost 2 years on, she received a letter saying she now owed £4,086. So what steps will the Secretary of State and his team take in delivering a better service, given the radical plans to cut civil service numbers, to make sure that constituents like Jackie don't suffer emotional and financial distress?
Minister.
Well, I am very happy to look at the case if she wants to write to me about it further. I'm sorry if she feels that her constituent has been let down. We are putting in additional steps beyond just on-call handling to look at responsiveness more broadly. I apologise that it was not clear from the wording of her question that she was referring to correspondence as well as telephony.
James.
Number 4, please, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Youth apprenticeship starts fell by 40% over the past decade. We want to give more young people the chance of an apprenticeship, and that's why we're fully funding youth apprenticeships for small businesses, bringing in a £2,000 hiring incentive for non-levy paying employers, and expanding foundation apprenticeships in hospitality and retail. It's all aimed at more opportunity and more work for young people.
James Elson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I very much welcome the work being done to prioritise and expand apprenticeships. But too often the image of apprenticeships is dated and not the modern situation not fully understood. My local university's work tells me that there's good work being done in the private schools and the grammar schools on promoting apprenticeships, but that's not always reflected across the wider state sector. Could the government look how we might tackle this, working with apprenticeship bodies, industry organisations and the unions, to make sure modern apprenticeships are fully known and the opportunities they provide fully understood?
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right that promoting apprenticeships must start in schools. Our brilliant apprenticeship ambassador network brings together around 3,000 employers and apprentices who go into schools and colleges sharing stories of how apprenticeships can transform young lives. These ambassadors have now reached 97% of all state-funded secondary schools and FE colleges in England, nearly 3,500 in the past 3 years. And we've also got to do more work to make the information about apprenticeships as clear and easy to use as possible for the reasons that he set out.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I raised with the Prime Minister at PMQs a couple of weeks ago the case of 24 Hair, a salon in Princes Risborough in my constituency, who for the first time in 21 years cannot afford to take on a new apprentice. And that message is echoed from businesses across my constituency. So what representations, in order to achieve an uptake in apprenticeships and new apprenticeship starts, which I entirely support, what steps is he taking with the Chancellor to get rid of this punitive level of business taxation that's preventing businesses taking them on?
Well, Mr Speaker, I referred in my previous answer to the step I am taking, which is to put in place a £2,000 hiring incentive for small businesses taking up a new apprentice. And if it is someone who has been unemployed and on universal credit for 6 months, there is the potential of an additional £3,000 hiring incentive on top of the £2,000. So we do want to incentivise small businesses to take on apprentices for the reasons I think that are shared right across the House about the great opportunities that these entail.
Mandelson. Thank you, Mr Speaker. This month I launched a space apprenticeship pilot in Portsmouth North, bringing together Airbus and the Solent Growth Partnership to ensure that those candidates who narrowly miss out on an Airbus apprenticeship are matched directly with defence and space SMEs in the area. Mr Speaker, does the Minister agree that it's this Labour government's reforms, not the failure of the last government, that are finally delivering high-value opportunities for aerospace and cyber? And will he work with me to look at how we can extend this initiative across other sectors such as maritime and construction?
Mr Speaker, can I congratulate my honourable friend on what sounds like a fantastic initiative, and she puts her finger on something very important, which is that sometimes people who narrowly lose out on a particular apprenticeship could benefit from one elsewhere. And I did refer to the work that we're doing to try to improve the information, and I think the initiative she's taken is a great example of what can be done. Just because people don't get their first choice should not mean that they lose out on the opportunity of an apprenticeship in its entirety.
Mr Speaker, apprenticeships offer young people a great pathway into rewarding careers, so I very much welcome the Government's ambition to create more of them. But a report published last week by the Social Security Advisory Committee highlighted the so-called apprenticeship penalty, whereby low-income families can lose up to £330 a week in child benefit and universal credit the moment a 16-year-old takes up an apprenticeship. What is the point of creating more apprenticeships if a cliff edge like this discourages young people from taking them up? So will the Minister commit to urgently fixing this penalty so that no family is left worse off simply because their child chooses an apprenticeship over full-time education?
I'm grateful for the work of the Social Security Advisory Committee, and I'm grateful to her for her question. But one thing that she missed out in her question was that apprenticeships themselves are paid, so the young person taking up the apprenticeship opportunity will be earning money that contributes to the family income, and I think we have to take that into account as well as all the other sources of the family income.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I really welcome my right honourable friend's work in this area with so many young unemployed. But what's he doing to evaluate how many apprentices get proper long-term full-time jobs as a result? Because clearly that's the end goal that we all want to see.
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable lady for her question. She will know that when people complete an apprenticeship, their chances of employment are very high. I'm pleased to report that apprenticeship achievement rates are up on the latest figures, as well as the apprenticeship start numbers.
Mr Speaker, Leicester College, an FE college, is facing a funding crisis that's putting apprenticeships at risk. The government has a noble commitment of building 1.5 million homes and training 60,000 construction workers, but right now young people wanting construction apprenticeships are being turned away. No bricklayers, no electricians, no plumbers, no homes. In Leicester, NEET rates are nearly 6% 5 times higher than not deliver the skilled workforce this country desperately needs. So can I ask, Minister, what commitment in real-term funding that he will commit to ensure that young people have opportunity to access skills via the apprenticeship scheme?
Well, I'm grateful to him for his question, and we are always listening to representations asking for more funding for many good causes. I would say to him on the issue of construction, there was a specific construction sector skills package announced last year aimed precisely at training the bricklayers, the electricians and the plumbers that we need to meet our construction targets, not only in housing but in the many investment projects that are being supported by this government around the country.
Come to Shadow Minister Peter Bedford, then Stephen Darling afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the number of young people not in education, employment or training hovering at the 1 million mark, apprenticeships now more than ever are key to supporting opportunity and aspiration of so many of our young people. We on these Conservative benches fundamentally believe the best path out of poverty is being in work, contributing to society with all the economic freedoms a job brings. So, given that in the Secretary of State's own department, the number of apprenticeships dropped from 5,000 in 2024 to 3,500 in 2025, isn't it the case that the government's message to business is do as we say, but not as we do?
Here we are.
Well, I agree with him that work is the answer. And as I said a moment ago, apprenticeship starts are up on the latest figures and apprenticeship achievement rates are up. And the reforms that we are putting in place will mean more youth apprenticeship starts. And that is where the money should be directed, because that is where the need is greatest.
Steve Darling, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a recent Guardian report highlighted how young people from more deprived communities are facing discrimination against them through the apprenticeship system. As my colleague from South Devon alluded to, there is a penalty if your family also receives child benefit. How can the Minister intervene and support those who are most vulnerable families?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said, it's really important to remember that apprenticeships themselves are paid and that the people undergoing them get a wage. And when we're considering the overall economic impact on a family's income, we have to take that into account. And frankly, if he pushes me and asks me whether it's better for that income to come from benefit or the constructive work of an apprenticeship, I know which one I would pick.
Mohammed.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The CMS published several metrics regarding how quickly they respond to parents. In the quarter ending September 2025, on average, 96% of applications were cleared within 12 weeks and 83% of changes of circumstances were cleared within 28 days, which are targets for the CMS set by the department.
Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his reply. I have constituents with court orders confirming genuinely shared care who are nonetheless required to pay full child maintenance for extended periods while disputes are resolved and or system processes are completed. So how does the department ensure that evidence of shared care is applied consistently, fairly and speedily by the CMS, and what support is available to constituents who face continued financial liability and hardship while they wait for delays in CMS decisions or tribunal outcomes to be resolved?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue of shared care can be incredibly contested, and questions around the suitability of evidence and which evidence takes precedent is often disputed. But if he has, as he suggests, particular cases that he would like the department to take a look into, if he writes to me, either I will provide a response to him or the responsible minister, my noble friend Baroness Sherlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's planned major changes to CMS payments are welcome, but Mr. Speaker, my casework inbox is inundated, absolutely chock-a-block with complaints about CMS's poor customer service, damaging the lives of dozens of my constituents in the process. So what steps can my honourable friend take to rapidly improve the effectiveness of CMS?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend will be pleased to know that there is a significant improvement journey underway within the Child Maintenance Service. I'm always very keen to point out to members that whilst we do see a large number of CMS cases in our caseload due to the more adversarial nature of the sort of cases that they deal with. It is a fraction of the overall number of cases that the department deals with, and we do continue to ensure prompt payments to more than 1 million children.
Ms Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My office deals with hundreds of child maintenance service cases, and in one case the mum applied to the CMS in June last year and was initially awarded just over £100. She applied for a mandatory reconsideration and this figure was increased. However, the increased payments have still not been made and she is experiencing significant financial hardship and stress as a result. Has the Minister considered how failings in the service facilitate post-separation abuse?
Minister.
This is something that my noble friend Baroness Sherlock is taking a very keen interest in, particularly around how we can look at the abolition of direct pay in order to subvert some of the instances of financial abuse and coercive control that we continue to see. But if in the specific case she raises, she would like to write to me about it, I will ensure that she receives a response.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituent Rebecca and her now 13-year-old have not received child maintenance for over a decade. Arrears exceed £10,000, but because her son's father has moved in and out of employment, he has evaded enforcement even where deduction from earnings orders have been made. I welcome that child maintenance systems are being reformed, but can the Minister tell us what action will be taken so that Rebecca and parents in similar situations across the country get the support that they are entitled to?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? I know that she has been representing Rebecca for some time in seeking a resolution to this case. What I would say to her is that there are a range of changes that we are seeking to bring forward when parliamentary time allows, but clearly there is further work to do to ensure that enforcement processes are also strengthened. I know that Baroness Sherlock would be happy to discuss that with her if she feels that that would be appropriate, and would be happy to facilitate such a meeting.
Minister Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The child maintenance service is not working for parents and it's not working for children. My own casework shows the majority of those getting in touch about the CMS believe it to be ineffective with systemic issues in communication, timeliness and case handling. My constituents are not alone. The independent case examiner received 1,827 complaints about the CMS in 2024-25, up from 1,519 in 2023-24. In November 2024, the charity Gingerbread published a report, Fix the CMS. In October 2025, the House of Lords Public Services Committee report recommended a range of changes to do the same. Now, whilst the Government has responded to both, I ask the Minister when the Government will be enacting the changes to bring forward the recommended and acknowledged improvements to the service.
Minister.
As I said in a previous response, Mr Speaker, we will bring this forward when parliamentary time allows, and my noble friend Baroness Sherlock is also considering a calculation review as well. There are a range of issues that need to be looked at and resolved with the child maintenance service to ensure that the children that are in the middle of this get the support that they are entitled to.
Sarah Olney.
Question number 6, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, in the 6 months up to March last year, we appointed an additional 111 case managers to help deal with increased demand for child DLA. Current target is to clear 90% of new child DLA claims in 45 days. Performance has steadily improved, and I'm pleased to say that in March we did hit that target.
Sarah Olney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Over the past 2 years, only 3.5% of applications for disability living allowance for children have been approved by the DWP within their own target timeframe. Parents of children with disabilities work tirelessly to ensure that their children can have the same opportunities as everyone else, and the disregard the DWP has shown towards supporting their claims is unacceptable. One of my constituents has experienced these lengthy delays firsthand, and an administrative error meant she didn't even receive her first payment award. So can the Minister tell us, will he commit to urgent action to ensure that the DWP's pathetic processing time for children's DLA applications does not continue?
Well, as I said to the honourable member, we did hit the 90% target for last month, and that reflects a steady improvement over the last few months. We are also introducing a new online evidence portal to improve evidence gathering, particularly from schools and people in education professions. And I think that will also reduce delays, and we plan to roll that out fully in the autumn. So we're on the case and making significant improvements.
Mr Speaker, this government is committed to reforming the CMS to get more money to children by removing direct pay to combat hidden non-compliance, streamlining enforcement by introducing administrative liability orders and improving our most serious enforcement measures. That said, there are currently no plans to introduce curfew measures. Doing so would require amendments to primary legislation and would raise significant safeguarding concerns for paying parents and those who live with them.
Mr Speaker, every year millions goes unspent from child maintenance, and that's not including deductions for money hidden away and for parents that pretend they can't work. As far as I'm concerned, if you have children and you can pay towards their maintenance, you absolutely should. The enforcement is not working because actually the government treats it like an unpaid utility bill rather than a moral obligation that people have towards their parents. I'd like the Minister to revisit his suggestion that he needs primary legislation to use curfew orders. That's not my understanding. And if all the other things aren't working, why should someone who doesn't pay for their own children be able to go out on a lash on a Friday and Saturday night and the government can stop that from happening?
I will handle that question with care, Mr Speaker, but what I would say to the honourable member, who I know has been consistent on this for a very long time, is that there are a range of very serious enforcement powers already available to the Department: disqualification from driving, removal of a passport, taking control of people's goods, even commitment to prison in some cases. And there is, I have to say, very serious safeguarding concerns that can arise as a result of the use of curfew orders. There was one very tragic case recently where one individual subject to a curfew order murdered members of his family. But on the specific question that he asks around whether it does require primary legislation, I will follow up with him in writing to confirm that or otherwise.
Franklin.
Question number 8, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Sorry, Mr Speaker. The redundancy payments are not taken into account within the standard maintenance calculation, which is based on gross taxable income from earnings. The capital may be considered through an asset variation if the paying parent holds the income in a bank or savings account and the amount is at least £31,250. The Child Maintenance Service may also take the redundancy payment into account when considering any maintenance arrears.
Franklin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer and previous answers on the CMS. And I just really want to say, before I start, that I hear the government saying that they will, when time allows, but it really is important for the families who have suffered for too many years. My Guildford constituent, for example, has successfully appealed at tribunal with both the judge and the Child Maintenance Service agreeing that parents' declared income did not reflect their true earnings and arrears were awarded. Yet after receiving substantial redundancy payment, despite holding significant assets, including property, substantial pension investments, no maintenance is being paid and enforcement has not taken place. Does the Minister accept that this exposes a gap in how redundancy payments are treated by the CMS and the wider enforcement framework, and will he urgently review both to ensure children are not left without support and no longer suffer?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think part of the challenge here is that the legislation as currently constructed requires us to use earnings information and figures provided by HMRC, and because redundancy payments of up to £80,000 are exempted from tax, they do not show up in that way. But I hear what she is saying, and I hear, as she points out, the wider mood of the House with regard to the Child Maintenance Service, and I will share the concerns that she raises with my noble friend Baroness Sherlock.
Question number 9, Mr Speaker.
So stay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I believe my honourable friend will welcome the changes the government has made to statutory sick pay, which came into force earlier this month. These mean that for the first time ever, we have removed the lower earnings limit for statutory sick pay, as well as the waiting period, so people can access sick pay as soon as they need it. These changes will mean that up to 1.3 million more people will be covered, helping the low-paid and those who work for more than one employer in particular.
Speaker, I am indeed very proud of this Labour Government's historic Employment Rights Act, which from this month means that workers will get statutory sick pay from the first day they are ill, rather than having to wait to the fourth. Too many people in Reading, I know, are working through their illnesses, even those working in health and care settings. This measure will protect them, their clients and patients, and improve the productivity of their workplaces. While the ERA is an important step forward, does the Secretary of State accept that the current flat rate of statutory sick pay at 1/5 of average earnings still remains a barrier to those on low incomes, and thus remains a barrier to tackling illness in the workplace?
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr Speaker, I believe that by removing the 3-day limit and giving access to statutory sick pay from day one, as well as making it available to those who work for multiple employers, that should decrease the pressure on workers to have to work through illness. And my honourable friend will also be aware that the Keep Britain Working Review, led by Charlie Mayfield, is also aimed at working with employers to help keeping people in job while coping with some of the long-term sickness issues which can develop as workers get older in life.
Ben Cole.
Mr Speaker, interesting. Oh, no. Question 10, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I will answer this question, question 21 together. We are determined that disabled people should have the confidence to try work. Our right to try legislation will come into force on Thursday. People claiming universal credit, new style employment and support allowance and personal independence payment can take steps towards employment and be confident that doing so will not automatically trigger a benefit reassessment.
Speaker, and may I thank the Minister for that very positive answer. May I ask him if he can reassure my disabled young constituents under the age of 22, many of whom are in education and low-paid work, that they won't lose their universal credit health payments? This is financial support which is vital to helping young disabled people because they face the greatest barriers to work. And does he share my concern that removing it could push them further away from employment and deeper into poverty? And has an assessment been made of the impact on poverty of removing this support?
Well, Mr Speaker, there is an urgent need to address the big rise before the general election in the number of young people not in work, education or training. And we think better support might help young people more than extra cash. Now, Alan Milburn's review on this will report in September, looking at the NEET problem more broadly, and we are going to wait until then before deciding whether to delay until age 22 access to the universal credit health element. If we did decide to do that, there would need to be exceptions.
Rutland.
Mr Speaker, thanks to grant funding from DWP, my local Labour councils in Ada and Worthing are joining the Connect to Work programme, helping local people get into good local jobs. But we know that for young people, including those with disabilities, being not in employment, education or training remains an issue. Could the Minister outline what more is being done to work with businesses and get more young people into the opportunities that they can thrive in?
Minister. Mr Speaker, I very much welcome the fact that his local authority is joining in with Connect to Work, and Connect to Work will be available across the whole of England and Wales by the summer of this year. These regulations are a very important step forward, and we think there'll be more that needs to be done to give people confidence that moving into work or embarking on volunteering won't trigger a benefit reassessment. I'd also point him to our Pathways to Work guarantee, giving tailored, personalised support to young people in the position that he describes, and also the work of the Keep Britain Working Review that Charlie Mayfield is taking forward, making sure that vacancies in employers are accessible for people, his constituents and others, in the position that he described.
Bill?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My disabled Horsham constituent, Joanne, was holding down a good job, but delays in access to work resulted in her not receiving the necessary support to stay in it. The Government's new Right to Try initiative is a positive move, but will the Minister commit to resourcing vital support services like access to work and eliminating its backlog of over 62,000 cases as a matter of urgency, or we will find ourselves in the same position a year from now?
Well, the support provided by Access to Work is absolutely vital. There's been a big surge in demand for access to work over the last few years, and that has led to some significant delays. And I'm very sorry to hear that his constituent has been affected in the way that he's described. We said last year we wanted to reform access to work. That reform is much needed, I think, given the greatly increased demand. We're working on proposals, and as soon as we're able to put them before the House, we will be doing so.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a great joy last month to spend time in Kendal with the Disability Confident Employers Scheme, gaining more and more members in our community to help people with disabilities into work. Around 20% of the workforce lives with people with working age, working age live with a disability. Many work, many more would wish to. So what is the Minister doing to support disability confident employers to make it easier for them to employ people with disabilities and support those with disabilities into the workforce?
Well, I would point him also to the work that Sir Charlie Mayfield is leading, the Keep Britain Working review, which is addressing exactly the issue that he's rightly raising. We are also looking at reforming disability confident. I think disability confidence has got huge potential. There's, I think, 19,000 employers signed up. There's a lot of enthusiasm on the part of employers there. What we want to do is to make sure that those who sign up to the scheme then progress up the levels of the scheme so that disability confidence makes a really significant difference, and I'm very hopeful that it will.
Andrew Stone.
Question number 11, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The latest unemployment figures published last week show a fall to 4.9% in February, which I'm sure will be welcomed by the whole House. And along with growth figures of 0.5% earlier this year, it is more evidence that the economy was heading in the right direction at the beginning of the year. But, Mr. Speaker, I have to warn the House that external effects caused by the war in Iran and the rise in energy prices may affect jobs as well as prices in the coming months.
Andrew Stone.
Due to our stunning coastline and countryside in Fylde, the hospitality, tourism and leisure industry is really at the heart of our local economy. But I've met so many businesses who, following the changes to the national insurance, have let go so many young people from that industry and are simply not taking on new seasonal staff. So could the Secretary of State update the House on the current trends of youth unemployment of 18 to 24-year-olds?
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I recently joined a very successful jobs fair very close to his constituency, where the industries that he mentioned were hiring more people. It was one of the most successful such events we have seen. And I hope that he will welcome that there are 330,000 more people in work this year than at this time last year. And when it comes to young people, he will of course know there is a national insurance exemption for young employees under the age of 21.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because of the previous government, the number of people not in employment, education or training rose by nearly 250,000 between 2021 and 2024, leaving many hundreds of my constituents amongst the almost 1 million young people in that situation today. I'm glad to see then that the Secretary of State is taking action to support young people in Erewash through the Youth Guarantee. Further to that, can the Secretary of State please explain the measures that his department is taking to address the decade-long trend in growing youth unemployment?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend. He will know that the number of young people not in education, employment or training rose by about 250,000 in the last 3 years of the party opposite's time in power, but they did nothing about it. We are putting in place a youth guarantee that offers training, offers work experience, offers subsidised employment and offers hiring incentives to employers both for regular jobs and for apprenticeships among small and medium-sized employers. It is all part of the effort to make sure that young people do not graduate from education onto a life on benefits and get the chance in life that a decent job brings.
Ellen Waitley, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was disappointed that the Secretary of State didn't answer my honourable friend for Fylde's question, so let me help him. Youth unemployment among 18 to 24-year-olds is at 14.3%. That's 1 in 7 young people unemployed. There are thousands fewer jobs jobs and 1,000 fewer vacancies under his government. I speak to young people across the country who tell me it is desperately difficult to get a job, and no wonder. His government has made it much harder for businesses to employ people, especially young people. I appreciate that the Secretary of State may be trying his best with his plethora of work schemes, but they are just a sticking plaster for the damage the Chancellor has wreaked. Because governments don't create jobs, businesses do. His government needs to change tack and back businesses to create opportunities for the next generation. I'm on their side, isn't he? And will he help the Chancellor understand this before it's too late?
Well, Mr. Speaker, she neglected to mention that youth unemployment never recovered its levels enjoyed under the last Labour government in any of the time where her party opposite was in power. And that was particularly exacerbated in their last few years in power. The difference is we are responding with the initiatives that I've set out before the House today, and it is because we believe work is the best answer, the best opportunity for young people, and I will keep going to give young people hope and young people opportunity, because that's what this Labour government stands for.
Come to topicals, Lee Dillon.
Thank you. Question 1, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, since we had the last session of DWP questions, I have updated the House on the expansion of our youth employment offer. I've been to an excellent jobs fair in Glasgow. I've said that the latest unemployment figures show a fall. And, Mr. Speaker, last week I went back to university. It was the McDonald's Hamburger University. My Big Mac was not perfect, but I welcome McDonald's as the latest employer to support our youth guarantee. My honourable friend has said that the right to try regulations have come into force, and as we've mentioned, we also have the changes on statutory sick pay, which significantly expand coverage and make it available from the first day of employment.
Lee Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I worked at McDonald's through my GCSEs, A-levels and university, so it's a good employer for those studying. Mr. Speaker, Newbury Soup Kitchen is a local charity that's supporting a constituent of mine, spending many hours on the phone to Universal Credit. The staff at UC have said or don't consistently accept the authority to discuss. They demanded an in-person meeting despite the resident being wheelchair dependent, and then they offered a Teams meeting only for the resident to then find out that Berkshire doesn't offer Teams meetings. Will the Minister meet me to discuss this case and the process failures?
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say that I will make sure he gets a meeting with a minister from the department to discuss his constituent's case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The cities of London and Westminster has more jobs in it than people, and certainly many more than young people. For too long, though, some of the young people in the very centre of London haven't had the chances that they should. I welcome this government's youth guarantee. Can the Minister tell me how the government will be working for the youth guarantee to work with institutions like Westminster City Council, Corporation of London, Zacchaeus 2000, the Abbey Centre, in order to really deliver on this promise?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree with my honourable friend. She's right to say that we need everyone to be involved in this, not just central government. So I would like local authorities, businesses, all of us to see this Youth Opportunity Challenge as a national endeavour worthy of all our support. I'm very happy to work with her local authority to try to make this as successful as possible.
And the Waitley Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We cannot defend Britain with an ever-expanding welfare budget. That's the view of the author of the government's Strategic Defence Review, Labour peer, former Labour Defence Secretary, and former Secretary-General of NATO, Lord Robertson. Can I ask the Secretary of State, which will he choose, defending the country or paying people not to work?
Mr. Speaker, under the party opposite, they failed to reform welfare and they failed to back our defence forces. They left the armed forces at the smallest size since Napoleonic times, and they say it is a choice. The truth is they did neither of these things. We are doing both. We are increasing defence spending to 2.5% of GDP, something they never achieved despite inheriting that level from us when they took office. And we're reforming welfare by putting work and opportunity at the heart of everything we do.
Let's just put some facts on the table, because it's time for the government to confront the hard choices. We're spending less than 2.5% of GDP on defence, but 5.3% on welfare. 6 million people of working age are living on benefits. Under his government, over 1 million more people have gone on to universal credit, hundreds of thousands have gone on to sickness benefits, and they're choosing to spend even more by scrapping the two-child cap. We cannot go on like this. When will he and the current Prime Minister come forwards with a plan to bring the welfare bill down? Or is it, like Sir Ollie Robbins, another topic where his judgment and the Prime Minister's differ?
Mr. Speaker, she said she wanted some facts. Well, let me give her some facts. The Tories inherited spending on defence at 2.5% of GDP. They left office with it lower. They left the army at its smallest in 2 centuries. They cut the number of frigates and destroyers by 25%. It is the Labour government which is increasing expenditure in defence. It is the Labour government that's reforming welfare, including the changes in universal credit this month and the youth employment initiatives which we have talked about throughout this session.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Shadow Secretary of State has recently claimed that the government could save £2 billion or getting on for from the welfare bill by bringing in face-to-face assessments. Now, I find this ironic because they were the ones, when they were in government, who reduced face-to-face assessments to almost zero. Can my right honourable friend therefore set out what steps he's taken to clear up the mess that they left behind?
I thank my honourable friend for a very good question. The truth is that, here's another fact you may not welcome. Before the pandemic, face-to-face interviews were the norm. After that, the numbers collapsed. Not only that, though, the previous government signed off a new set of long-term contracts allowing most of the assessors to work from home just a year before the general election. We are now in a benefit system.
Steve Darling, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Work and Pensions are currently reviewing over 200,000 cases of overpayments for carers. Some of them have accrued more than up to £20,000, not of their own making. In light of this, will the Secretary of State stop applying carers' penalties until they've completed this review?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are, as he's rightly said, we've started now reviewing those 200,000 cases. We anticipate that there'll probably be 25,000 people amongst the 200,000 who have debts cancelled or possibly be refunded. If carers' allowance has been overpaid and shouldn't have been, then we will, of course, need to recover the money. But the problem has been the guidance in the department, the previous government's guidance, was wrong. We've now corrected that, so I'm hopeful that that particular kind of mistake won't occur again in the future.
Morning, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning, Challenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, at the previous DWP oral questions, I raised concerns that youth unemployment in my constituency of Bridlington and Wolds is up 15% since the last election, and I received something of a dismissive response. Well, 2 months later, that figure is now an astonishing 28% increase in young people out of work. So will the Secretary of State finally concede that it's his government's policies that are the cause of this?
Mr. Speaker, it is the policies I'm advocating that are creating opportunity for young people through offering employers hiring incentives, through promoting youth apprenticeship starts and through the other initiatives that we've set out. And we do this because we agree that work is the best answer for young people, and I want to do everything I can to make sure they have the maximum chance to get work.
What are you on about? Steve Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Mansfield, our youth hub is already bringing together Job Centre Plus and local partners to support young people into employment. I wonder if the Secretary of State can set out how the government is strengthening youth hubs around the country to ensure that every young person has access to high quality, personalised support.
Yeah.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Youth hubs are another part of the effort, and the advantage that they have is we can get the help that the Job Centre can give out of the Job Centre and where young people are in the community. It also means we can get help to people who aren't necessarily signing on for benefits but who are looking for work, and it enables us to give a more flexible response across different services. We hope to expand these to more than 360 locations, open to all 16 to 24-year-olds, whether or not they're on benefits.
Rupert Lowe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A staggering £10.1 billion of the £61.2 billion spent on universal credit in 2024 was gifted to foreign nationals. Does the Minister agree the solution is really quite straightforward? Ban all foreigners from claiming any benefits, remove from our country those migrants incapable of financially supporting themselves, and hand that money back to tax-paying British men and women who are actually keeping our economy running.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, not only do I fundamentally disagree with the perspective of the honourable gentleman on people who have been here for years, made a contribution, paid their taxes and then require some help back from a state that they have paid into sometimes for decades. But not only that, the figure that he uses is a complete conflation, a significant overestimation, and shows his ignorance if he does not understand that it is impossible to suggest that that money has all been paid directly to foreign nationals, because the figure that he uses is drawn from the total number of households with a foreign national in, and many of the individual claimants could in fact be British or Irish citizens.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The TIMS review is supposed to be shaped by disabled people and disabled groups, but I'm hearing constantly that this is not the case, that they're feeling sidelined. So can the Minister explain how true co-production will take place, and this is not just a tick-boxing exercise, and how the regions and diverse groups will be represented?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can certainly reassure my honourable friend this is genuine co-production that we're doing. Two co-chairs, Sharon Brennan and Dr Clinton Farquharson, were appointed last October. The three of us have recruited a steering group of 12, almost entirely disabled people. Our fifth full-day steering group meeting was in Manchester last Thursday. We've issued a call for evidence, which is open until 28th of May. We've had over 10,000 responses so far. I hope we'll receive many more. And that's just step one in a programme of wider engagement. This is genuine co-production that's going to deliver.
Dr Rodsell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've already heard about the NEET crisis, with nearly 1 million young people being denied the opportunity to develop their potential through education, employment or training. And the problem is even more acute in rural areas like the South Cotswolds, where we have additional challenges of poor public transport, limited careers advice and fewer apprenticeships, making it harder for young people to get into work or training. What is the Secretary of State doing now to support these young people and to tackle these extra barriers that they face in rural areas?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I discussed this subject a lot with honourable members from right across the House, and the issue that she raises about transport is raised quite a lot with me. I think it's an important thing, and anything I can do to help make people take up opportunities that are available, I'm willing to look at on this front, because I do think we need to bring everything together to give young people the maximum chance of employment opportunities.
Sir Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chair of the APPG for SME house builders, I regularly hear about the growing skills shortage and urgent need to change perceptions about careers in construction as a highly skilled, rewarding industry that offers strong career progression, good wages and an opportunity to play a direct role in building the homes that our country needs. Can the Minister set out what steps he's taking to invest in the technical training for young people so that SME house builders have the skilled workforce that they need to deliver the homes that this country urgently needs?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. She's absolutely right to draw attention to the need for skills for house building. We support this through sector-based work academy programmes, and last year the government announced a £625 million construction skills package to recruit 60,000 workers by 2029 in all the trades that we need to support building and the other physical investment projects that the government is supporting around the country.
Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the government's SEND reforms is focused on pushing children into mainstream education, it risks removing specialist support from many who need it and undermining the successful work programmes such as the With of Slack's future programme. So will the Secretary of State meet with me and those sort of relevant groups to ensure that he doesn't allow the reforms to SEND to damage the chances of young people with special educational needs and disabilities to secure long-term sustainable work?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the honourable member's consistent interest in this very important topic, and he'll know the SEND reforms that have been announced have been very well received. Our youth guarantee will apply to young people with special educational needs and disabilities. The trailblazers that we have set up are trying out some new approaches, but I'd be delighted to meet him and discuss him how we can do this job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the £2.5 million funding boost recently awarded to South Essex College, which helps equip even more residents from Southend and Rochford with skills needed for fulfilling and lifelong careers. However, following conversations with Louisa Strachan, founder of Southend Song School, on their desire to see greater support for creative apprenticeships, can the Minister outline the steps his department is taking to support young people into the creative and music industries?
Well, can I thank my honourable friend and sing a song of praise to Southend Song School. He's absolutely right to draw attention to the importance of the creative industries. Our creative industries sector plan provides £380 million of targeted investment, and as part of the work on the Youth Guarantee, I was pleased to meet the film and TV industries in January of this year at Pinewood Studios to talk more about the opportunities they offer young people in our fantastic creative industries sector.
Tom Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Depending where you live in England, you can face a postcode lottery on the time that you can use your disabled bus pass. So I was wondering if the Secretary of State or Minister might be able to outline what steps and conversations they've been having with colleagues at DFT and Treasury about removing the unfair time restrictions disabled people face on their bus pass use.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I meet regularly with the lead ministers on disability from all government departments, including the Department for Transport, and I know my colleague there is particularly interested in accessibility to transport for disabled people. I'll be very happy to pick up with my honourable friend the particular point that the honourable gentleman raises.
Chair of the Select Committee, Debbie Abrahams.
Mr. Speaker. Today's Health Foundation report is showing that we have a declining healthy life expectancy is a real worry, but as Professor Sir Michael Marmot showed, it is no surprise really after 14 years of austerity and the impact on our public services. But obviously the knock-on is a potential significant impact on DWP spending. So I wondered what conversations the Secretary of State has had, my right honourable friend has had with the Health Secretary, and if this is being considered in relation to the TIMS review as well.
Minister.
Well, can I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for her question. I know that she cares deeply about health inequalities, which, being honest with the House, are deep-seated and long-term in the country. And as in many areas of our work, I do believe that constructive, productive employment is a big part of the answer to tackling inequality and prosperity issues right around the country.
And the best check.
Mr. Speaker, I'm currently dealing with a case in my constituency with an individual who's paid out £23,000 during a dispute over being the parent of a child. With regards to that, he wasn't on the birth certificate. The mother refused to take a DNA test, and he's, after 3 court hearings in the family court, is ruled in his favour. Would the Minister meet with me to discuss how we can get my constituent reimbursed his £23,000? I'm sure you can appreciate that it is an incredible amount of money to pay for a child that isn't yours.
Minister.
Yes, I will, Mr. Speaker.
Katrina Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Briggs and Masco in my constituency invests heavily in apprenticeships for the next generation of mastic asphalt tradespeople. According to them, there are 11 people who are fully qualified in this area in Scotland, and the only route to training is through accessing training programmes in England. The only training provider in Scotland stopped accepting apprentices from Scotland last September. Will the Minister agree to meet with me to see if we can find a way to enable an employer who wants to employ apprentices who want to do this training and a shortage profession, so who need the work?
Well, Mr Speaker, can I thank my honourable friend for being such a formidable champion of her constituency and opportunity within her constituency. I'm very happy to talk to her further about this issue, but I would say skills and apprenticeships are devolved in Scotland, and the Scottish Government has had a record financial settlement, record since devolution began, and I would hope that opportunity for young people should be part of its agenda.
Adam Dance.
Mr Speaker, my office has been waiting for replies from DWP on cases for over 6 months. Citizens' Advice reached out because they have not been getting replies either. Can the Minister commit to getting us responses this week, and will he commit to greater resourcing to responding to members, particularly on universal credits?
Well, Mr Speaker, I know that responding to honourable members' inquiries, either directly or on behalf of their constituents, is very important. This is something I raise with the Department constantly, and if he sends me more detail of the constituents in question, I will make sure that's looked at right away.
Ingham.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We welcome in Stafford the announcement that Stafford College is about to become an advanced manufacturing technical hub. But what we do have in Stafford is a gap. There are more skilled jobs needed than people are to fill them. So would the Minister meet with me to discuss the potential for Stafford to have a youth hub as soon as possible?
Well, Mr Speaker, I know, because my own constituency is not too far away, that advanced manufacturing is in the DNA of Staffordshire, so I warmly welcome what she said about her local college. With regards to our meeting, I'll make sure she gets a meeting with someone from the department.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Earlier this year, I visited the HS2 site of my constituency, where I had the privilege of speaking with several apprentices about the value of educational opportunities which offer a clear path into work. Given that there are nearly 1 million people not in education, employment or training, will the Minister outline what steps the Department is taking to promote apprentice schemes such as this?
Well, Mr Speaker, we are promoting apprenticeships for young people in particular with the way that we prioritise the funding within the apprenticeship levy. We're putting in place hiring incentives of £2,000 for a small business who wants to take on an apprentice. We will fully fund the cost of apprenticeships for under 25s for small and medium-sized businesses, because I agree with him that apprenticeships are a great opportunity for young people, and I want to do what I can to make sure that young people get more chance to avail themselves of those opportunities.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can the Minister provide an update on the action plan to ensure that lessons are learnt from the way that changes to the state pension age were communicated to women born in the 1950s?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. There absolutely are lessons for us to learn from this experience. Those lessons are about related to the particular case, but they're also related to the general point about adequate notice for any changes to the state pension age. I think that's the most important lesson, and we're absolutely committed to that. Specifically on the action plan, that will be focused on state pension age comms and on complaint handling. We're working closely with the PHSO on that right away, and I hope to be able to publish that action plan in the coming months. But more broadly, we're not waiting for that, we're getting on with action. That's why I'm sure honourable members will have seen the campaign over the last few months, the Check Your State Pension Age campaign, encouraging people to be aware of their own state pension age.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. 12 weeks ago I raised 4 cases with the DWP, and I am still waiting for a response despite chasing. These delays are quite upsetting for my Wokingham constituents. What is the Minister doing to address this backlog, and when can my constituents expect a response?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We are increasing resources available to handle members' correspondence, but given the delays that the honourable gentleman has outlined, if he wants to write to me with those details, I will look into them urgently for him.
Mandelson.
Mr Speaker, around half of working age people are undersaving for retirement, which is why I welcome the relaunch of the Pensions Commission last year. Can the Minister provide an update to the House on how the Commission's forthcoming interim report will set out a credible path to raising contribution rates to those who need it most in a sustainable way?
Well,
Minister.
I absolutely welcome my honourable friend's question. He is absolutely right. We have seen progress in the last 15 years, with 23 million employees now saving into a pension, restarting the business of workplace pension savings in the UK. But the job is not done. The job is not done because of the issue he raises about the adequacy of those who are saving, and the job is not done because 45% of working age adults are saving nothing at all. That's why I think it has been a matter of cross-party consensus that we should bring back the Pension Commission to look at this question of adequacy, and I'm pleased to say their interim report will be published in the coming months.
Mr. Speaker, when a child is diagnosed with an illness such as cancer, their caring needs start immediately. Such a diagnosis upends any household with appointments, and often families are unable to work. Would the Minister agree to reviewing again the payment of child DLA immediately on diagnosis, as opposed to having to wait 3 months? And would he meet with the Watson family from my constituency who have sadly lived this barrier to support?
The honourable member is right. There is a 3-month period after the onset of the incapacity, the impairment. Sometimes I think there's a bit of confusion. People think it's 3 months after the application. It isn't. It's 3 months after the issue arises. And the reason for that is to make sure that it is a long-term incapacity, which the benefit is there to support. But I'd be happy to have a conversation with her to talk further about it. Of course, this is devolved in Northern Ireland, but Northern Ireland conventionally does keep in line with England.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week was Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Week. I recently met my constituent Rob Denham, who discussed with me the issues he's had with claiming PIP in the past, and he compared the experience to being put on trial. Can the Minister assure me and Rob and all those suffering with MS that the review that we're conducting as a government now will not just make the system more effective and efficient, but will also make it fairer and more humane?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, yes. I was in a round table recently with someone who has multiple sclerosis, who described to me the process of applying for PIP as re-traumatising, rather like when she was initially diagnosed with MS. The steering group is determined to deliver a better system, and when we report our recommendations to the Secretary of State in the autumn, I'm very much hoping that's what we'll be able to do.
In room.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of my constituents in North Devon is a Royal Marine veteran who was just awarded over £2,700 in backdated universal credit after DWP failed to disregard his war pension from his monthly income. What can be done to ensure DWP staff understand armed forces pensions, and can the Minister assure us this is not happening to other veterans right across the country?
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that the system was not properly understood in the case of the honourable gentleman's constituent. He's absolutely right. There is special treatment for compensation payments of this kind within the universal credit system. I will certainly talk to my officials about making sure that those arrangements are properly understood in the department.
Final question, Mike Richter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The potential rapid closure of St Andrew's Hospital in my constituency puts over 3,000 jobs at risk. Would the Secretary of State meet with me to discuss what package of support we can put in place for those people to make sure they can find good quality work in my constituency?
As I've said a few times today, Mr. Speaker, I will make sure he gets a meeting with the Minister, and I congratulate him for speaking up for his area and for the workers within it.
Thank you. Let the front bench change over. Order. Before we come to the urgent question, I shall remind the House there is an ongoing police investigation on the incident at Dunmurry. Members should avoid making any remarks that might prejudice any future criminal proceedings. I now call Saoirse Eastwood to ask her question. Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland if he will make a statement on the car bomb attack that happened in Dunmurry Police Station on the 25th of April.
Yes.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable member for her question. Shortly before 11 p.m. on Saturday the 25th of April, a vehicle was abandoned just outside the front gate of the PSNI station at Dunmurry. The vehicle had been hijacked in the Twinbrook area of West Belfast a short time before, where a gas cylinder was placed in the boot of the vehicle and the driver was ordered to drive to the police station. When he got there, the driver informed the police, who immediately and very bravely evacuated nearby homes. A number of residents, including 2 babies, were being taken to safety when the device exploded. I know that the thoughts of the whole House will be with all those affected, residents who had to leave their homes, the police officers who were helping that evacuation when the device exploded, and the delivery driver who has been through a traumatic experience. It is incredibly fortunate that nobody was killed or injured. A similar attack on the police station in Lurgan was attempted on the 30th of March, when a fast food delivery driver was also hijacked by 2 masked men who placed an object in the boot of the car and ordered him to drive it to Lurgan Police Station or be killed. Mercifully, on that occasion, ammunition technical officers were able to carry out a controlled explosion. They confirmed that it was a crude but viable improvised explosive device, and the new IRA later claimed responsibility. This was a shameless and cowardly attack on the brave men and women who work so hard to keep our communities safe in Northern Ireland. Urgent investigations into both incidents are, of course, continuing, and I would urge anyone who has any information to contact the PSNI. Over the decades, Northern Ireland has been transformed into a much more peaceful society. However, a very small number of people who represent no one but themselves remain determined to try and cause harm to our communities. I join with the Prime Minister and all those from across the political spectrum in Northern Ireland who have condemned what happened on Saturday. And I know the House will join me in paying tribute to the extraordinary efforts of the Police Service of Northern Ireland, led by John Boucher, and to our security partners. Mr. Speaker, it is their tireless work that keeps our communities safe, and this government will continue to support these efforts as together we seek to bring those responsible for terrorism to account.
Eastwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the whole House will once again want to join with me in sending a message that terrorism will never succeed, either in the past or in 2026. I too wish to put on record my thanks to the Police Service of Northern Ireland for the work they do every day, keeping communities safe in the face of ongoing threats. And in particular, I want to pay tribute to those police officers who were in Dunmurry Police Station on Saturday evening, helping to evacuate babies as the device detonated. I also wish to pay tribute to the officers at Lurgan Station who were there on the 30th of March when a viable device was driven through the front gates of the station. My thoughts are also with those 2 delivery drivers, one of which was held at gunpoint as their vehicle was hijacked. It is only by the grace of God that we are not dealing with fatalities. The people who commit these acts of terrorism have no support from the decent people of Northern Ireland, not now and not in the past. This is not representative of who we are. Mr. Speaker, national security is a reserved matter, and I want to ask the Secretary of State, will he commit to ensuring the PSNI is adequately resourced to deal with tackling Northern Ireland-related terrorism, along with the other categories of extreme right-wing terrorism, extreme left-wing terrorism, Islamic terrorism, and acting without ideology, as these are stated national security priorities. It is clear that the PSNI are already operating within a challenging budget, and I'm sure this government will want to ensure that they are adequately resourced to tackle this threat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Well, I join the honourable member in her expression of thanks to the police and in her expressions of concern for all of those who have been affected. PSNI resources are determined, as she well knows, by the Northern Ireland Executive. It's our job as a government to play our part. We have given a record settlement to the Executive in the spending review last summer, and we have implemented the first increase in the additional security funding in over a decade. It will be £113 million over 3 years. I would also draw attention to the fact that there is a Home Office counter-terrorism policing grant. Actually, the level of funding per head is the same as through that given by the additional security funding, and I would also point out that Northern Ireland received Barnett consequentials on top of that as a result of the announcement of the Home Office counter-terrorism policing grant. It is for the Executive to determine how much out of the record settlement that we give they choose to devote to policing.
Chair of the Select Committee, Tony Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These two incidents in Lurgan and Dunmurray are of a deep concern to us and my committee, and I give my sincere thanks to the PSNI officers who have kept their communities safe. But does the Secretary of State agree with me that those responsible should really face the full force of the law?
Secretary of State.
I certainly do, Mr. Speaker, which is why all of us, anyone with any information has a responsibility to provide that to the PSNI so that people may be called to account. I just want to say that the police and our security partners work hard every single day of the year to try and identify those responsible. A great deal of that work, for reasons that the House will well understand, is unseen by the general public, but I can assure her and the House that it is taking place. And we have seen in recent times, in December, 2 men were sentenced to lengthy jail terms for preparatory acts of terrorism. PSNI investigations of drug criminality linked to the new array has led to a man being sentenced last month in relation to the supply of drugs. And we have also acted against the new array and 2 individuals associated with the group through the Treasury's counter-terrorism financial sanctions regime, which in effect takes control of the finances of those individuals. It is a very powerful tool to be used, and as my honourable friend will see, we've already applied it on 2 occasions.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Paul Connor. How could I forget Alex Burkhardt?
Here we go. Here we go. Here.
You're very kind, Mr. Speaker. And I congratulate the honourable lady for having secured this urgent question. I associate myself with the remarks that she's made and with the remarks by the Secretary of State. But I would gently say I do think it would have been better if this had been a government statement. I can't help but feel that had that car bomb been placed outside of a police station in Westminster or in Birmingham, government ministers would have come to the House with a statement. It is, of course, profoundly depressing that we should be discussing this issue at all, but it is of enormous relief that we are not today talking about casualties. As the honourable lady said, but for the grace of God, we would have been. But for the bravery of local people, we would have been. I should like to pay very deep tribute, Mr. Speaker, to all of those brave men and women in the police service of Northern Ireland who serve and keep our country safe. They were the target of this despicable operation, and it will be their hard work that brings those perpetrators to justice. We have to say that the people who have attempted to break the peace in Northern Ireland have no mandate, they have no public support, they represent only themselves and are seeking to serve only their macho egos. The silver lining is, of course, that we are watching people in Northern Ireland from all communities come together this morning, united against them. We have come an incredibly long way, but as the Secretary of State, this does appear to be the start of a pattern of new and deeply concerning behaviour, as reflected in what happened in Lurgan last month, but also in the marching of masked paramilitaries in Easter parades. Will he confirm to the House that the PSNI is going after those people who broke the laws that were laid down during the peace process, just as I know they will be going after those who tried to blow up the police station in Dunmurray? The attack on Sunday raises a number of questions to which I hope the Secretary of State can provide answers, because he has responsibility for national security in Northern Ireland. Can the Minister assure the House that the Chief Constable has the resources he needs? I say this because, notwithstanding his remarks about funding, the Troubles Bill is going to put a huge additional financial burden on PSNI. Even if the Chief Constable believes he has the resources he needs today, he will not have them tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, I join with the honourable member in his tributes to the police service in Northern Ireland, and I agree with him that the response from all communities in Northern Ireland to this terrible attack is a sign of the new Northern Ireland and shows that, indeed, those responsible have no support at all, but sadly they do have some capacity. And I can assure him that when it comes to the enforcement of the law, as he knows, that is a job for the police service. And then if criminal offences have been identified, for prosecutors to take decisions. In answering the question from the chair of the Select Committee about recent convictions and steps taken, I hope he will agree with me that that shows that there certainly is capacity within the PSNI to go after people, and of course, if the evidence can be found, to enable a prosecution to take place. On the question of legacy, of course, under the previous government's Legacy Act, which established the Commission, every request for disclosure and information falls to the police service and other partners. That was already the case, regardless of anything that is contained in the legislation that we are currently taking through the House.
And that this bomb in Dunmurry have set their faces against the people of Ireland, who have made the decision long ago that the only route to constitutional change is a democratic one. They have attacked and tried to kill Irish police officers. They've murdered a young journalist in Derry, and they have put children and babies in harm's way just last weekend. Will the Secretary of State confirm to the House today that the only route to achieving a united Ireland that some of us want to see is the democratic route laid out in the Good Friday Agreement, and it is up to those of us who want to see that happen to make the argument for it? These people are only an impediment to that change.
Well, the huge significance, and I say to my honourable friend, of the Good Friday Agreement is it charted a way forward and made clear the peaceful means by which those who wish to seek constitutional change in Northern Ireland can pursue it. But I would also make the point that there never was any justification for the violence. There was always an alternative to the violence, and that was shown in the negotiation of the Good Friday Agreement.
Paul Cole, Liberal Democrats spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I begin by praising the bravery of the police, the fire and ambulance services and the delivery driver, all of whom put themselves in danger to prevent a tragedy. I'm sure the Secretary of State recognises that as an act of terrorism, this is a matter of national security, the responsibility of central government. Unfortunately, however, whenever asked about funding to combat dissident Republican terrorism, the Northern Ireland Office repeatedly points to general funding allocated to the Executive, as though responsibility to combat such terrorism lies with them. Admittedly, some extra funding, as we've heard, is given in additional security funding, but that is intended to cover all forms of terrorist activity and ignores the special circumstances of Northern Ireland and has been described by the Northern Ireland Police Federation as minuscule. So can I press the Secretary of State on the same two questions? What additionally is he doing to ensure the PSNI has adequate funding and resources to respond to the threat posed by dissident Republican groups? And what discussions he's had with the Chief Constable, John Boucher, and the Northern Ireland Executive to address their concerns, their repeated concerns over PSNI funding?
I say to the honourable gentleman that yes, it is a reserved matter, but there is a shared responsibility across Northern Ireland to defeat terrorism. That is a political responsibility, and it is a policing and security responsibility. What I've set out for the House is that the budget of the PSNI is determined by the Executive. We as a government are playing our part by making sure that there has been a record settlement. We have increased, as I indicated earlier, Mr. Speaker, additional security funding for the first time in a decade, and when people refer to the Home Office counter-terrorism grant, that was barneted across to the Northern Ireland Executive. It is for the Northern Ireland Executive to take those decisions about how it chooses to spend the significant resources we are making available.
Trina Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to associate myself with the comments made by the Honourable Member for Lagan Valley and yourselves with regard to the safety of the bravery of the PSNI and the delivery drive. This serves as a timely reminder that for a handful of individuals in Northern Ireland, a return to violence is never that far away. And I'd like to ask the Secretary of State if he would work with the Northern Ireland Executive to ensure that the unique challenges that members of staff, both police staff and police officers within the PSNI have to face on a daily basis with regard to their own safety, that tomorrow's International Workers' Memorial Day, where nobody should be going to their work and not coming home.
Well, I agree very much with the last point that my honourable friend made. I meet on a very regular basis with the Justice Minister, with the police and security partners, where we discuss all of these matters and review what has been happening. All I will say is that if you look back at the reduction in the number of bombings and shootings there have been in the last decade and a half, it is very marked how the number has reduced, and that is a testament to the efforts of the police and the security partners. However, in fairness, I should also point out to the House, remind the House, that the threat assessment at the moment remains substantial. It was previously severe in the wake of the attempted murder of John Caldwell, but it is substantial, and that does mean that an attack is likely.
Jim Allister.
Mr. Speaker, with 2 car bomb attacks in 1 month, what my constituents want to know is what will be done to snuff out this terrorist threat before it develops further. And that must include dealing with the underfunding and the understaffing of the PSNI. Today, the Chief Constable in Northern Ireland called out some Northern Ireland political parties for failing to give unconditional support to the PSNI, meaning that many young PSNI officers cannot live in nationalist areas. Does the Secretary of State agree that those parties need to do more? In particular, that Sinn Féin must match their pious words with actions of unconditional support for the PSNI and cease lauding their former car bombers, which only give support to the current generation of car bombers.
Well, I agree with the gentleman that it is the responsibility of all political leaders, indeed all in society in Northern Ireland, to give their full-hearted support to the police service of Northern Ireland, which is there to protect everyone from all communities and stands against those who would do the people of Northern Ireland harm. I think that is a fundamental part of the responsibility that all of us has as political leaders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. John Boucher has been fairly critical of a number of political parties, including, it has to be said, the party of government, because he's quite clear that his force, the PSNI, is not funded like other forces across the United Kingdom, and he believes that that is in part due to legacy issues, a position that's going to be made far more acute by the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill. Does he agree with the Chief Constable or not?
Well, I have had many conversations with the Chief Constable about funding and other matters, but I would just point out, as I did a moment ago, that given the existing Legacy Act, which is the law under which everyone is operating at the moment with the establishment of the Legacy Commission, the more cases the Legacy Commission takes on, it's now over 100 cases, the more there will be a requirement for disclosure anyway, as a result of the establishment of the Commission and the provisions contained in the 2023 Legacy Act. What the bill is seeking to do is to win the confidence of all communities in Northern Ireland so that this body, reformed, can enable all of those families who are still looking for answers about how their loved ones died, hopefully, to find them.
Samuel Wills.
Speaker, and on behalf of my party, can we condemn the bombing at the weekend and also thank the police for the actions which they took, which ensured that there weren't casualties, which we'll be lamenting here today. It's significant that this bomb was set off at the same time as Sinn Féin were holding its party conference, at which bombers of the past were being praised. That glorification of terrorism only stimulates terrorism again today. The logic's clear. If you can praise the bombers of the past, why can't we bomb in the present? And although the First Minister has condemned the bombing, would the Secretary of State agree with me that the schizophrenic attitude which Sinn Féin have developed towards past terrorism and present terrorism is only perpetuating terrorism in our society and continues to pump the poison of violence into our society? And would he call on her and her party to stop being ambivalent towards policing and stop being ambivalent towards past terrorism and make it quite clear it's got no place in society?
Well, I say to the right honourable gentleman, and I'm grateful to him for his opening remarks in asking that question. I've already said that I think that all politicians in Northern Ireland, across the United Kingdom, have a responsibility to encourage support for the work of the PSNI. But I welcome the condemnation there has been right across the political spectrum in Northern Ireland, including from Sinn Féin, who have been very clear, as has everybody else, that those who were responsible for the attack on Saturday and the previous one in Lurgan have no support and no place in the new Northern Ireland.
What the Secretary of State has said about the nature of the Lurgan bomb, it sounds as if these weapons are unsophisticated and presumably therefore not detonated remotely. This must mean, must it not, that the delivery drivers were in exceptional peril because such crude devices could have gone off at any time. Can the Secretary of State confirm that he is liaising closely with people in the Republic of Ireland and that their attitude is nowadays one of complete support for the discovery and prevention of a new version of the terrorism of the Troubles?
Well, I am not, for reasons I hope the House will understand, going to speculate about the nature of the devices, but he is right that given that the device on Saturday did explode, the lives of those two delivery drivers were self-evidently in great peril at the time they were forced to convey the device to the respective police stations. The condemnation for terrorism is seen right across Ireland, in Northern Ireland we've just been discussing, and in the Republic of Ireland. These people have no support whatsoever, and that's why it's important that we find out who did it and bring them to account.
Speaker, I pay tribute to the courage of the delivery driver and the PSNI, in this case, whose bravery saved lives in this deplorable attack. And I want to use this opportunity too to pay tribute to one of my predecessors, Ian Gow, who was murdered by the IRA in a car bomb in 1990 outside his Eastbourne home, and his memory is enshrined in this chamber via the shield above the door. Now, as well as ensuring that the PSNI is resourced to ensure that these terrorists face the full force of the law, can the Secretary of State confirm what assessment has been made of the threat that dissident Republicans pose to the British mainland, with a view to ensuring that no community anywhere in the United Kingdom suffers what has scarred the people of Northern Ireland?
In remembering the late Ian Gow, who gave such distinguished service to this House and was killed in that terrible attack, one of a number of members who have suffered at the hands of terrorist violence in the past. The assessment of the nature of the threat which is currently substantial, has previously been severe, as the honourable member I'm sure will know, is carried out by JTAC. It is formally reviewed twice a year. I can assure him they take their job extremely seriously, and any information about any threats is, of course, circulated to all those who need to know.
Katie Rowell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think we can all agree that the public should be protected from anybody who is willing to use violence against innocents, against the police, to get what they want. But I wonder how the right honourable gentleman intends to enforce that and what message he thinks it sends when those who've had the courage to do that, including, of course, British soldiers during the Troubles, this government is making it easier for them to be dragged through the courts decades later.
Well, I don't accept the honourable member's characterisation of what is contained in the Troubles Bill that we will be discussing later, because the threshold consideration for prosecutions remains absolutely unchanged under the legislation that is currently before the House. But I do recognise that veterans are concerned about the impact that any changes may have upon them, which is why the government has put protections in the bill and will bring further such proposals forward when we get to committee stage.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask what price does the Secretary of State put on a Northern Ireland life? What price does he put on the life of a PSNI officer who we've praised in this House today, who saved so many lives at the weekend? Because the majority of his answers at the start of this session talked about Barnett consequentials and budgets, not the people who went out of their way actually to save lives. So why does he and this government believe if it's terrorists in Northern Ireland attacking Northern Ireland people, it's only a Northern Ireland problem?
Well, I don't accept that I said that it's only a Northern Ireland problem. The reason I answered questions relating to the funding is because I was asked by honourable and right honourable members about the funding that the government makes available to the executive in Northern Ireland, out of which they take decisions about the funding of the PSNI. That is their responsibility. I would simply say to the honourable member that the lives of everyone in Northern Ireland, be they police officer or ordinary citizen, are beyond price.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to believe that it was 34 years ago that one of these proxy bombs was driven into my checkpoint in West Belfast. I remember it like it was yesterday. And I agree with the Secretary of State that we must find the perpetrators of this evil act. And I, too, encourage the community to come forward, because that is where the answer lies. Could the Secretary of State ask the Chief Constable how many Police Service of Northern Ireland detectives are allocated to investigating legacy issues versus those allocating to finding the perpetrators of the Dunmurry police station attack?
Well, I will take the honourable gentleman's question away. The allocation of resources is, of course, a matter for the Chief Constable. This is a very urgent investigation. I think, however, I would point out to him that one of the consequences of the Legacy Act that the last government passed is that responsibility for investigating Troubles-related cases departed from the PSNI, does not rest with the PSNI today, but rests with the Legacy Commission. It is the Commission that does investigations in respect of the cases that have been referred to it, and not the PSNI.
I, like every right-minded person, utterly condemn the abhorrent attack on Dunmurry PSNI station and indeed Lurgan in my own constituency, and I commend the PSNI for their bravery in dealing with these attempts on their lives. Does the Secretary of State agree that Sinn Féin's response drips with rank hypocrisy, condemning the bombers of today while glorifying, lauding and even erecting illegal statues to the bombers and terrorists of yesterday? Would he agree that the decision to put forward Orla Flynn MLA, daughter of Patrick Flynn, convicted of an IRA bomb in Dunmurray, to condemn this attack was a calculated insult to victims and a grotesque reminder that Sinn Féin words condemn terrorism, but their politics still romanticise it? Surely the government should reflect on their decision not to strengthen the legislation on glorification of terrorism and act to legislate against it immediately.
Well, I say to the honourable member, she speaks with great sincerity and anger, quite rightly, about what has happened. On the very last point that she raised, she will be familiar with the provisions of the Terrorism Act 2006, but as she will be aware, the government has recently agreed to ask Jonathan Hall, KC, the independent reviewer of terrorist legislation, to undertake a review of Section 1 and to report back.
Alexis.
Mr. Speaker, Secretary of State, in the last year there have been 9 bomb attacks aimed at the PSNI from the men of darkness who hide behind dark doors, in the dark and behind balaclavas. What action can the Secretary of State to ensure that the PSNI do have adequate funding, because there are 700 police officers down and the funding is still not in place? Will he agree to meet with me and the Chief Constable to listen to those concerns about funding so that we can beat the men of evil and not return to the past?
Well, I would say to the honourable member, I know that the Police Service of Northern Ireland is treating this particular investigation with the urgency that it requires. And referring to the honourable member who spoke earlier, and may I thank him once again for his service in Northern Ireland, what would help the police to bring the men of darkness to the light of justice is information that somebody probably knows, which would enable people to be arrested and, if there is sufficient evidence, to be prosecuted for what they have done. Because that is the single most important contribution that can be made to assist the PSNI in trying to find out who was responsible.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and can I thank the Secretary of State for his answers. Police numbers, intelligence, CCTV, IRA infiltrated, people sending information, those are all issues. It's beyond disappointing that this same new IRA was able to plan to hijack and deploy a second device in West Belfast without any prior interception. The Chief Constable of the PSNI and the Police Federation have continually highlighted the lack of resources for policing. So can the Secretary of State explain, please, whether it's a lack of intelligence and ability to combat this group of murderous terrorist thugs is due to failures in intelligence sharing, MI5, MI6 Special Branch? Or is it a lack of police service on the ground that affects patrolling in high-risk areas? And more importantly, what steps will the Secretary of State undertake to address these issues? Thank you very much.
Well, I would say to the honourable gentleman that there is a huge amount of effort going in, as I indicated earlier, most of it unseen by the general public for reasons that everyone in the House will understand. And as much information as can be gathered on what these people are seeking to do, we seek to acquire. But you either have to catch people in the act or get information from those who know who was responsible in order to see them prosecuted. And it cannot be just left to the PSNI and our security partners, who once again I pay tribute to. They do a truly extraordinary job on behalf of all of us, but they need some help from others who have information that they can bring to bear, so people are held to account for what they've done.
Let the front benches change over. To the statement, Secretary Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the upcoming prorogation and state opening of Parliament, I thought it would be helpful to return to the House to provide an update on the progress the government has made to respond to the humble address of the 4th of February as quickly and thoroughly as possible. As members will know, the government has published the first tranche of materials on the 11th of March. This first tranche primarily related to the aspects of the motion regarding Peter Mandelson's appointment and his subsequent dismissal as ambassador, in addition to the details of his severance payment provided to him by the Foreign Office. Following the publication of the first tranche of material, we have been working at pace to lay a second tranche before the House. The House will recognise that given the breadth of the motion, that a very significant number of documents have been found to be in scope, and that it is taking time to process these accordingly. The Cabinet Office team responsible for the Government's response to the humble address has been working through a large quantity of material, working closely with many officials across Whitehall, particularly in the Foreign Office. The team has been seeking to take an approach to sifting and publishing information which allows it to respond to the will of this House thoroughly but expeditiously, and in line with the approach taken by previous governments in responding to humble addresses. This includes coordinating a number of requests to government departments to identify documents potentially in scope of the humble address, particularly electronic communications and the minutes of meetings between individuals and Peter Mandelson. This is the section of the motion that has had the broadest scope. As members will have seen from the first tranche, the government cannot publish certain details like the names of junior officials, personal information, or legally privileged information. Separately, in line with the process agreed by the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament, the government will not publish information which undermines or threatens our country's national security or international relations. As colleagues will appreciate, both of these processes require detailed consideration. The government is very grateful to the Intelligence and Security Committee for their constructive engagement in this process, which we recognise has constituted significant additional work on top of their existing responsibilities. As I have set out previously, the Cabinet Office has also been working with the Metropolitan Police to avoid prejudicing a live police investigation. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that by the end of today, the Cabinet Office will have passed to the and judged to be prejudicial to national security or international relations. This has amounted to over 300 individual documents. It includes a number that are relevant to the processes of Peter Mandelson's security vetting too. As I mentioned earlier, I am very grateful to the Intelligence and Security Committee for the important role they continue to play in the humble address process and for the speed with which they are processing these documents. I would like to reassure colleagues that Parliament will receive the second tranche of material as soon as possible following the state opening and the conclusion of the work of the Intelligence and Security Committee, and I will return to the House when we are able to do so. Mr. Speaker, I commend the statement to the House.
Sir Secretary of State Alex Burkhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement and for taking the statement himself. It's good of him not to delegate. This was not his mess. His mess was the 2024 budget, but I'm afraid that this is now his mess to clear up. And I have to say to him, where are the documents? The humble address was nearly 12 weeks ago. I remind him that the House on that occasion asked for a huge range of things: the due diligence document that was passed to number 10, the conflict of interest form, the material the FCDO and the Cabinet Office provided to the UK security vetting about Peter Mandelson, papers for and minutes of meetings relating to the decision to appoint Lord Mandelson, electronic communications, and so on and so on. Where are they? Since February, the government has asserted that it is working with urgency, that it's doing what it does and everything will be available very shortly. That it is working, at least reassuring of government phrases, at pace. And that today's favourite, that the information will be available as soon as possible. As soon as possible, no doubt, after the local elections. Of the documents that have been released, what we appear to see is either an enormous cover-up or a very significant breakdown in the expected process of government. We have seen nothing from the Prime Minister, nothing from his Chief of Staff, nothing from Peter Mandelson himself. We have seen no minutes of meetings, no billets doux, no annotations, no box returns. The official civil service guidance on this matter says explicitly, keep submissions with ministers' comments. If ministers write on a hard copy, keep the ministers' handwritten comments. Keep correspondence reporting ministers' responses along with background provided to ministers in the medium in which they were created. None of this. Either this is a cover-up, Mr. Speaker, or it is a terrible return to the sofa government of the days of Tony Blair. Simon Case told the Prime Minister that in order to complete due process, there had to be security clearance before he made the appointment, and there had to be a conflict of interest declaration by Peter Mandelson. To date, we have seen none of that information. I am pleased by what the Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister says, that material associated with Mandelson's vetting is now being handed to the ISC. But where is the conflict of interest form? I hope it is not the case that this is being disguised as personal information of the sort that he said would not be disclosed. And I'd be grateful if we would confirm that it's not. But what I would really like him to do is confirm that that declaration of interest form exists. There is no good reason why he can't tell us whether it exists. Indeed, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, wrote the other day in the papers that there is no legal reason why the government cannot tell us what documents are being retained by the Metropolitan Police. There should be a catalogue of all documents that exist, even if the House can't look at them. We should be allowed to know what is out there. We should be allowed to know what will come to us in due course. The titles of documents will themselves not prejudice a trial. On the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister's words today, he talks about he's talked about the non-disclosure of personal information. I say, please tell us about the conflict of interests form and whether Peter Mandelson's personal information is considered to be in scope of that ruling. On redactions, will he please set out what the government's precise approach to redactions is vis-à-vis the documents that will be given to this House rather than the ISC? It would be useful to understand his thinking. On electronic communications, despite this being in the humble address on the 4th of February, I understand from the Cabinet Secretary who wrote to me at the weekend that there was no instruction to hand over non-corporate comms until the 13th of March, about 5 weeks later. Why this delay? Is he confident that no material was deleted in the short term, in that 5-week period? How can he be sure? And on the ISC release, I again ask him to confirm or deny whether that release contains the information about Lord Mandelson's interests. This is of specific concern to the House, given how Peter Mandelson may have been behaving when he was ambassador in Washington, and given meetings that he may have taken the Prime Minister to. It is time that the government came clean, not on its own terms, not to its own timetable, but to the terms set down by the House. So will he finally tell us a hard deadline for when these documents will be handed over?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Gentleman asked me a number of questions which I will take in turn. To the question of where are the documents in scope of the humble address are currently in one of 3 locations. First, with the government waiting for the publication of the second tranche. Second, with the Intelligence and Security Committee. And third, with the Metropolitan Police. We have sought to publish all of these documents in a combined bundle in relation to the documents the government holds and those which the Intelligence and Security Committee are considering in order to aid the House in seeing the documents in a chronological order. Otherwise, I suspect there'll be questions about what documents were missing subject to the conclusion of the committee's work. I can confirm that documents that relate to Peter Mandelson's security vetting have been passed to the Intelligence and Security Committee today, and that we intend to publish those as part of the second tranche, subject to those discussions with the Intelligence and Security Committee. I was asked specifically about the documents that have been given to the Metropolitan Police. He will appreciate, I'm sure, that I've been advised that I'm unable to list those documents on the advice of the Metropolitan Police, and so I won't seek to do so. He asked me about redactions policy. The key redactions policy is obviously in relation to information which the government considers to be prejudicial to national security or international relations, which goes through the Intelligence and Security Committee for consideration. If there is a disagreement between the government and the committee, there is a process of redactions hearings between the government and the committee to resolve those disagreements. And as I mentioned in my statement, other redactions relate merely to information such as the names and contact details of junior officials in line with established freedom of information policy as it relates to the publication of humble addresses.
Deputy Speaker, the whole House came together around the humble address on the basis that Parliament had found its way forwards to deal with the evidence around the appointment of Peter Mandelson. Can my right honourable friend give me a guarantee, or give the House a guarantee, that there are no documents that are being withheld? Around the time of that it was reported that the Prime Minister hadn't been given the facts that Peter Mandelson had failed his security vetting, that there were civil servants who were seeking to withhold documents. Can he give an assurance that that's no longer the case?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To answer my honourable questions, my honourable friend's question, forgive me, as has been alluded to at the dispatch box, there were documents that the humble address warranted to be published as part of that process. The Cabinet Office was very clear about that. Whilst it took some time to get access to some of those documents, specifically in relation to UKSV recommendations, that has now been concluded and is going through the Intelligence Committee, as I set out in my statement.
Labour Deputy Spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chief Secretary for advance sight of his statement. The women and girls who spoke out against Jeffrey Epstein and those connected to him did so at enormous personal cost. We must never lose sight of the fact that their bravery is the reason we're having this conversation at all. The Prime Minister promised honesty, integrity and accountability, and instead we have a tawdry saga of a political ally waved through despite serious security concerns, a senior civil servant forced out and a government that has descended into recrimination and infighting rather than dealing with the very serious issues the country actually faces. Parliament asks for transparency and the public deserves answers. Every day this drags on, trust in our institutions erodes further. Even though Lord Mandelson has stepped away from the House of Lords, will the government bring in formal legislation for his peerage to be revoked? And will the Chief Secretary confirm if the government plans to bring in further legislation to bring in much-needed reform of the other place? The Deputy Chair of the Intelligence and Security Committee asked in business questions on Thursday about potential further reductions that were made on grounds other than national security or international relations. Could the Chief Secretary confirm that there have been no reductions in what he mentions will be sent to the committee by the end of today? And it's been reported that the Prime Minister is set to whip Labour MPs to oppose his referral to the Privileges Committee. Even Boris Johnson didn't block his MPs voting for scrutiny. Labour MPs must surely be given a free vote and not be forced into feeling like accomplices to a cover-up. Can the Chief Secretary confirm whether Labour MPs will be whipped on tomorrow's vote or not?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's not for the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister to speak about whipping arrangements at the dispatch box. I will leave that to the Chief Whip and the usual channels. She asks me in particular two questions about reform to the other place, and in particular the removal of peerages. I can confirm that legislation will be introduced shortly to bring forward those proposals that I've talked about before at the dispatch box. She asked me further questions about reductions policy. I'll just refer to the previous answer I've given on that question.
Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think the pain of the Epstein victims sits heavy with all of us in this House because we expect the highest standards of all of us. And the challenge with this incident is it is a convoluted process that raises some very difficult questions about government vetting and appointments. Given that, can he tell us when he expects the Adrian Fulford review to be completed into identifying whether there are any other cases of concern that have come to light about how appointments have been made?
The Honourable Lady is exactly right to raise that question. The terms of reference have been confirmed with Adrian Fulford. That work has been started and I expect it to complete in a matter of 3 to 4 weeks' time.
Sir Joby Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his kind words about the hard work of the Intelligence and Security Committee. I know he will recognise and want to reflect with the House that we cannot work any faster than the documents when they are given to us by the government. And because the last of them, as he said, is being given to us today, this process will not be complete by prorogation as perhaps it should have been. Can I raise with him, though, 2 points which are of concern in what he has said to us this afternoon? The first is in relation to redaction, and he's made it clear that the government intends to redact for reasons beyond the humble address exemption related to international relations and national security. He's described that as the names of junior officials, personal information or legally privileged information. I put to the Leader of the House on Thursday that the document the government has produced describing its approach to redactions is substantially wider than that. It says it may also be necessary for the government to make further redactions in future publications based on other public interest principles, including, but of course not limited to, commercially sensitive information. So will the Minister please, either today or in writing, explain clearly on what grounds the government intends to redact these documents? And if, as I suspect, some of the grounds the government proposes to redact on are beyond the scope of the humble address, will he confirm the government must return to this House and seek consent so to do? And with your indulgence, Madam Deputy Speaker, the final point is in relation to redaction also. He has said in his statement that the government will not publish information which undermines or threatens our country's national security or international relations. As he knows, in accordance with the process agreed, it will be for the Intelligence and Security Committee to determine those questions, not for the government, won't it?
Can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his question and just confirm that the government shares the view that it is not the fault of the Intelligence and Security Committee that documents are not yet ready to be published, but we hope will be so shortly after the state opening of Parliament. He asked me a specific question on redactions policy. I refer to my earlier answer, but he did ask me some specific questions which I will commit to seeking further advice on and returning to the dispatch box. I hope the Right Honourable Gentleman in the House knows that my intention from the beginning of being asked to do this process is to ensure proper transparency with Parliament, which I and the government take very seriously. And if there's any suggestion of that being to be otherwise, I will answer questions to that here at the dispatch box. In respect of his second question, which now has fallen out of my mind.
You'll forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just to confirm, it will be the ISC that will determine redactions on the basis of international relations and national security.
Please, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can confirm that the government's agreed process with the committee stands.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chief Secretary for his statement. I'm interested in the cost. We know about the £75,000 payout, and obviously a police inquiry is incredibly costly, not least the cost to his department in being able to comply with the humble address. Will he publish the costs, but will he also publish the costs of Global Counsel, which was a client, which had a client of Palantir, for which the government has £800 million worth of contracts? Will we publish at the point of Peter Mandelson's appointment how much money Global Counsel was able to procure from government for being able to advance Palantir's business interests?
I think my best answer, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to refer the Honourable Lady to the Contracts Finder tool, which publishes all public procurement contracts and the value of those contracts. In relation to questions of the internal cost of processing the humble address, I can't commit to give a round number because it's essentially lots of hours of time of civil servants across government working very hard to be able to publish these documents as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through him can I thank the officials in the Cabinet Office who have assisted me in the work that I've been doing in this area. He'll know as Chairman of the Public Administration Committee. He will also know that not all government communications are carried on government devices. Can he, for the benefit of the House, explain what is being done and what can be done to secure and to get into the right domain correspondence between principal people playing in this part who have used their personal devices rather than their government devices? And can he also, when he and his colleagues do the sift as to who sees what when, assure the House that parliamentary privilege and all that that means is still absolutely at the heart of the decisions that he and his officials take?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The tranche of documents will be published in the normal way to ensure that parliamentary privilege is attached to those documents in any debate that we subsequently have in relation to them. He asked me questions about personal devices and personal communications channels. We refer to these as non-corporate communications channels, or NCCCs, in the documents that we've published. I can confirm that all relevant stakeholders who had to consider submissions to the humble address process have been told that it includes their personal devices and personal channels, as well as any government-owned devices and government channels. And again, can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his work and just confirm to the House that as Chair of the Public Administration Committee, he kindly agreed to look at documents given to the Metropolitan Police in relation to the police investigation, so that we had, albeit a closed way, of showing due process and transparency to the House in relation to the humble address.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And further to the point of the security vetting issue in relation to Peter Mandelson, in this chamber 3 times last week, I asked a question, including to the Minister, including through a point of order through the Speaker, but I haven't had an answer, so I'd really appreciate an answer from the Minister. At the point that he was involved in the appointment of Mandelson, did the Prime Minister's former chief Morgan McSweeney have security vetting himself? On what date was Morgan McSweeney granted developed vetting clearance? And did Morgan McSweeney ever handle documents which would require developed vetting clearance prior to that date? I've asked 3 times in the chamber, I haven't had an answer. I'd be really grateful if the Minister could answer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The House will appreciate that I can't comment on individual applications of policy in relation to private individuals who are no longer employed by the government, but I can reassure the honourable member in the House that all appropriate processes were followed.
In respect of the humble address, and perhaps contrary to what was suggested earlier, the House only agreed to this on the basis that Labour MPs were about to rebel against the position that the then government had adopted. Well, tomorrow, something very similar may arise in respect of a potential referral of the Prime Minister to the Privileges Committee. Surely the Chief Secretary has an opinion as to whether his members behind him would want to have a free vote in respect of whether the Prime Minister has misled the House or not.
I always enjoy the interventions of the right honourable gentleman, Madam Deputy Speaker, but it doesn't pertain to the motion before us.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And all finished, Chair. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chief Secretary for returning to this House on this issue again. Can I ask him to reiterate how due diligence security vetting is conducted before appointments are announced is going to change the result of this affair?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. As has been said at the dispatch box before, it was due process previously that for the appointments of ambassadors and for direct ministerial appointments, vetting processes took place after the announcement and before the commencement of the contract for employment. Given the problems that has shown to be applicable to these processes, that has now changed.
The referral to the Privileged Committee has always been considered a House matter, a matter for the individual judgment of members of Parliament. It would be an abomination if it were to be whipped by either side, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I refer the honourable gentleman to my previous answer.
Sarah Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could my right honourable friend the Minister please confirm whether there are any documents which were previously in the scope of the humble address that have been deemed no longer to be within its scope due to the application of litigation privilege in respect of the dismissal of Ollie Robbins?
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that question, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I commit to taking it away.
Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could the Minister clarify again, as I am just a humble member of this House and the previous... But it is our job to hold the government to account, and it was unclear from the Minister's first response of what the process will be if if the ISC committee members disagree with the government, and will that matter be brought back to the House for decision, because it is not within the government's, I believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, right to judge and mark their own homework.
I refer to my previous answer about standing by the commitment made between the government and the committee. There is an established process for any disagreement through a redactions hearing.
Deputy Speaker, the worst outcome from this process is that a police investigation is compromised by materials making their way into the public domain before time. While opposition MPs seek to rush this process through, can the Chief Secretary confirm that no documents of interest will be put in the public domain until they've been cleared by the Met Police? And if members opposite want to know how Labour voters are going to vote tomorrow, they just need to join the Labour Party.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question, because he asks an important question. As has been said before, at the heart of this entire scandal are victims of the most heinous crimes who have yet to see any justice whatsoever, apart from it becoming part of big political debates here in the UK and in other countries. That is why the government has been absolutely committed to supporting the Metropolitan Police in their criminal investigation. We continue to do so, and we wouldn't do anything to undermine that process, because the victims have to come first.
Richard Ford.
Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister for his statement. He said, in line with the process agreed by the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament, the government will not publish information which undermines or threatens our country's national security or international relations. That sentence is correct, but it implies that this is a government process which the ISC has acceded to, and that's not quite right. Rather, the government proposes redactions, and the ISC directs that redactions be made on the basis that full publication would be prejudicial to national security or international relations. It matters because we want to maintain trust in the Intelligence and Security Committee, of which I am a member. Does the Chief Secretary accept that the government proposes redactions, the ISC considers them, and the ISC directs which should be made?
The gentleman sets out the process that's been agreed between the committee and the government, and as I've said to other members of the committee, that stands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been a very damaging issue, and Pete Mandelson should very clearly never have been made ambassador, and I'm pleased that the Prime Minister has rightly apologised. There are, however, lessons to be learned already before the end of this humble address process. Can he confirm that his department has already started learning and implementing those lessons?
My honourable friend is right. There was a whole series of processes that this government inherited as being the status quo due process from the previous administration, used in the past for other political appointments and direct ministerial appointments. This episode has shown that those processes needed to be updated, and the government is working on modernising those rules and will bring forward those reforms to the House in due course.
Thank
you. Madam Deputy Speaker, can the Minister tell the House, is there any truth in the claims that the delays in the government adhering to the humble address motion is because there are cabinet ministers refusing to hand over their mobile phones because of the messages they have in them with Mandelson and the embarrassment that it will cause them?
All Cabinet Ministers have received instructions from the Cabinet Office about the declaration of the information they hold on either corporate or personal communications channels, and they've all complied with that direction.
Ties.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With regard to the release of these Mandelson documents, there's genuine concern about what may be redacted and what may not. Given the ongoing dispute as to the pressure brought to bear between Number 10 and the Foreign Office, can the Minister confirm that nothing will be redacted with regard to pressure brought to bear on the Foreign Office about the vetting process?
Redactions are done in line with the policy I've set out previously.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Speaker. I have to say politely, the Minister's overly sincere butter wouldn't melt in his mouth acts beginning to wear thin. The way he suggests that this is all a process he's going through and hasn't put a foot wrong. He's repeatedly failed to answer questions that I put to him with candour around the Mandelson Act, despite the fact this evening we'll be passing a bill that makes it law for ministers to answer questions with candour. So it is beginning to rub off on him. And can I follow up on the questions around mobile phones? Ministers will be asked whether they have any communications left on their personal phones. Are they also being asked to tell you, and are we going to be told if those messages have disappeared because they've got disappearing messages on their phones?
Question short and omit the word you, because I'm not responding. Chief Secretary.
Sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the honourable member is not happy with my performance. I'll try harder in the future. In relation to his question, I refer him to my previous answer.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What is the Department's internal deadline for concluding the release of the Mandelson files? And if there is an internal deadline, who's going to be held accountable if the Department fails to meet it?
The Department has now handed over all final documents that it needs to hand over to the Intelligence and Security Committee, and once that process has been able to conclude, we will publish the second tranche very shortly after that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the truth of the matter is that when the Chief Secretary says that to appoint a diplomat process was followed, a professional diplomat would not have been appointed if they had taken dodgy dones, tried to flog passports, were linked to the Chinese, linked to the Russians. So that was not the case. But the humble address got through this House because it said that all documents would be handed to the ISC because that is the most secure place to go. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not with the gift of the government not to hand this over. That was the view of the House. It's not being done in good faith, Madam Deputy Speaker. When will all of these documents be given to the ISC, which was exactly what this House said should be done?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I answered that question in my opening statement. All final documents relevant to the ISC processes are being handed over today.
Listen.
Today's statement is very interesting, but we need to remember how we got here in the first place.
The Prime Minister is facing allegations that he misled the House about the process by which an individual was appointed who had well-documented associations with a convicted paedophile and a human trafficker. Now, the Chief Secretary said yesterday that the Committee of Privileges is reserved for the most serious allegations. Does he recognise how that belittles what has been suffered by the victims and survivors?
Hear, hear.
Chief Secretary.
I'm not quite clear what the question was, Madam Deputy Speaker, in relation to the humble address. In relation to the Privileges Committee motion before the House tomorrow, I refer to my previous answer.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, I asked the Prime Minister if he'd publish his decision note on the box note given to him on the 11th of November from Simon Case. The Prime Minister said he couldn't remember the answer in that box note. And in the debate last week, the Minister himself said that redactions are only in black. The decision response on the box note has been left blank. So can I ask the Minister, was there a decision? Why hasn't it been published? And will the Minister now undertake to publish that decision on that request from Simon Case? Because I believe, and this House believes, that that will be fundamental to see whether the Prime Minister is actually telling the truth or not.
I'm happy to reconfirm, Madam Deputy Speaker, that all redactions are in black in the documents that are being published in the humble address tranches. All documents that the government holds in relation to that period of time have been published in the first tranche. Of course, decisions are communicated sometimes orally and sometimes in writing. He asked me, I think, specifically as well about Simon Case's advice and the process that was followed subsequently to that. And I'll refer the honourable gentleman to the letter from the previous Cabinet Secretary, which has been published this afternoon, who confirmed to the Prime Minister that due process had been followed.
Lee Dillon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, how does the Prime Minister's promise of delivering honesty, integrity and accountability reconcile with the potential blocking of a motion to the Privileges Committee? And if the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister isn't willing to comment about the government's voting intentions tomorrow, will he commit to accountability by making sure he votes in
my voting intention from the dispatch box, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I refer the honourable gentleman to my previous answer.
Sir Julian Lewis.
The government is keen to emphasise its transparency in the course of dealing with the humble address requests and demands. So here's an opportunity to put that to the test. Last Tuesday, I put down a question for written answer by the Prime Minister, and it was accepted and published as such by the Table Office, to ask the Prime Minister who first suggested to him that Peter Mandelson should be appointed as Ambassador to the United States. Subsequently, it has been transferred to the Cabinet Office, for which he has responsibility. It's due to be answered tomorrow. Will he give the answer to that question tomorrow, on time and substantively?
The Chief Secretary's responsibilities are just growing and growing. Chief Secretary.
Deeply grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. I always make sure I honour parliamentary questions in a timely fashion.
Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I, the Minister, I thank the Minister for his statement. The Minister's a decent and honourable man. However, I have to ask these questions. With phone calls to my office only this morning from my Strangford constituents expressing their dismay at governmental cover-up, whilst my constituents' bank account comings and goings are questioned with withdrawals, saying clients been asked what the money is from and for. There is a perception out there, so how can the Minister begin to show that we are all accountable to scrutiny and that there isn't one rule for one and another rule for the members of the government of the day?
Chief Secretary.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. The humble address is an example of Parliament holding the government to account and government being accountable to Parliament.
Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could the Chief Secretary confirm that responses to submissions are written on the paper of the submissions and not on post-it notes?
Yeah. Chief Secretary.
I assume that to be the case.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement in which he says the government will not publish information which undermines or threatens our country's national security or international affairs. My question is, in whose judgment? Ultimately, is that the judgment of an official or a minister? And if it is a minister, which one?
Chief Secretary.
Officials in the first instance make those judgments and refer those requests to the Intelligence and Security Committee, where parliamentarians take a view.
One of the glaring omissions of the first release of documentation was the Prime Minister's response to his box notes about the proposed appointment of Peter Mandelson. The government's now had 3 months to think about it. can the Minister set out, is there any reason why they will not be part of the next release?
All the documents that the government holds in relation to the initial appointment and subsequent dismissal have been published in the first tranche, and all subsequent relevant documents will be published in the second.
Lou French.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When asked on the 20th of April why there is no record of his and Peter Mandelson's meeting with Palantir in Washington, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "That was a routine meeting in the course of a visit I was on in the US." Does the Minister agree this was a routine meeting? And if so, where is the record of the meeting as required by the Ministerial Code?
Chief Secretary.
As the Prime Minister said, this was part of a series of visits that he was undertaking. It is, of course, proper that when ministers have closed-door meetings with stakeholders, that those are attended by officials, minuted and reported in the normal way. But when visits are undertaken, they're managed differently. And I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, this was no secret to anyone. Photos were taken and published on the government social media account.
Carrick Cross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Shadow Chancellor for the Duchy of Lancaster has asked today, and he has also asked on previous occasions, as have others on these benches, about the existence or not of a declaration of interest form for Mandelson. Does this form exist?
Chief Secretary.
All relevant documents will be published in the normal way.
David Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister has said that 300 documents have been now shared with the ISC. So can I ask him how many are left to be processed? And then more importantly, what has the process been to ascertaining a document's relevance and who thinks it's important and who thinks it's less important?
Chief Secretary.
So the Cabinet Office has now processed all of the documents ready for the second tranche, and those final documents in relation to the Intelligence Committee have now been sent to them, or will be today. In relation to who decides whether a document is referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee, it is based on officials screening each of those documents and seeing if they engage international relations or national security, and in doing so warrant a redaction request.
That is the end of the statement. Point of order, Stephen Flynn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in relation to my question in respect of how the government intends to vote tomorrow, the Minister said that he would not answer because it doesn't pertain to the motion before us. He then used that as a subsequent justification to not answer the questions of numerous members and right honourable members on these benches. Can I get clarity as to how we're supposed to get an answer from a Minister when they believe themselves not only to be a member of the Cabinet, but also the Speaker, or maybe the Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons?
No doubt that the honourable member has got his point on the record. Unfortunately, I am not responsible for the content of the Minister's speeches, let alone the answers, if only we were. But we don't want to continue this debate, but no doubt that point is now on the record. Point of order, Alex Burkhardt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With relation to this afternoon's carryover motion on the Government's Northern Ireland Troubles Bill, over the weekend, the government briefed journalists that it was going to bring forward amendments to the bill in order to give reassurance to the members of this House that adequate protection would be given to veterans. However, this morning, no government amendments appear on the amendment paper. Is there anything that His Majesty's opposition can do to require the government to publish those amendments in advance of this afternoon's debate?
The Chair has no power to compel the government to produce amendments earlier than the tabling deadline set out in the standing orders. However, the Treasury front bench will have heard his comments, and I also will note that when we are considering the carry-over motion late today, so there is some time, he will have a chance to raise this with the Minister then as well, when he's no doubt back in the...
Point of order,
on the very same issue? Or is that...
on the statement we just had.
Point of order, Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I have to admit I'm confused, which is not an unusual thing I say to the Minister. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I seek your guidance because the Chief Secretary said that documents have been published in the first tranche relating to the box note issued to the Prime Minister on the 11th of November by Simon Case. I asked him whether that had been redacted, and he said to me that redactions are in black. The Prime Minister's decision box is blank. So I am asking you, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I've asked 3 times now, why is there no response and why has that not been published? And no Minister has answered to me. So my question to you is, where can I go to get an answer?
Well, the honourable member is a very professional member of Parliament. And he will no doubt know which other avenues he can take to get the answer. Unfortunately, I am not responsible for the answers that ministers give here in the chamber, but he will use every opportunity, no doubt, to hold the Minister to account. Point of order, John McDonnell.
Over a number of weeks, I've been raising the issue of Labour Together and its link with the agency APCO, in which a report was prepared by APCO for Labour Together, which smeared journalists. And I called then for an inquiry into Labour Together. A number of honourable members then did subject access requests to both Labour Together and APCO. Labour Together have gone for an extension, so the 3-month period should be up shortly. But we did, a number of us received a response from APCO, and I raised this in the House. They were heavily redacted. But it did demonstrate that actually APCO was collecting information on honourable members of Parliament. Last week, a whistleblower came forward, and it's before the Court of Arbitration at the moment, confirming that APCO had instructed one of the freelance employees involved in the investigations to destroy materials related to the investigation and evidence. Can I request again the Treasury bench to take back to the Prime Minister that we need a full independent inquiry into the role that Labour Together has played, and APCO in particular?
I thank the right honourable member for his point of order. The decision on whether or not the government chooses to undertake an inquiry into this subject is not a matter for the Chair. However, his comments will have been heard by the Treasury front benches and they will take action if they wish to accordingly. Point of order, Sir David Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A rather more mundane point of order. Last Thursday, my IPSA-provided website was compromised. Malicious links were inserted, redirecting users to Southeast Asian gambling websites. I guess it could be worse. We took it down immediately. It was restored, but then came under sustained distributed denial of service attack traceable to China. In just 24 hours, the site was hit with 142 million requests, consuming nearly 800 gigabytes of data. This is not a minor nuisance. It's a direct interference with the Member of Parliament carrying out his duties. Madam Deputy Speaker, what is the House and the House authorities doing to prevent these kinds of attacks on members' websites and help MPs protect themselves against interference by a foreign state?
I thank the right honourable member for his point of order and for raising this very serious matter. I do not think it would be appropriate to discuss the details publicly about preventive action and how members are supported to protect themselves against these kinds of cyber threats. If members would like security advice on how to make personal accounts and devices more resilient, they should contact PSD. For matters relating to parliamentary accounts or equipment, members should contact PDS through the PDS service desk. If that is the end of all the points of order, allow the front benches to shuffle over very quickly. Finish refilling their water. You can go forward. Presentation of Bill. Mr. Richard Holden.
Marriage and Civil Partnerships Recognition Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 8th of May.
Friday the 8th of May. Presentation of Bill. Tim Farron.
Water Regulation Number 2 Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 8th of May.
Friday the 8th of May. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
English Devolution and Community Engagement Bill, consideration of Lord's message.
Now, I can confirm that nothing in the Lord's message engages Commons financial privilege. We will begin with the government motion relating to Lord's Amendment 2, as set out in the notice paper, with which it will be convenient to consider all other Lord's amendments, government motions and amendments. I call the Minister to move the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am grateful once again to have the opportunity to speak on the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill. Throughout the bill's passage, I am pleased that we have worked constructively to ensure the bill is as strong as possible, and we have engaged in good faith with members across the House and incorporated their feedback. With that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll now turn to the amendments that remain in scope for ping-pong. Lord Amendment 2 seeks to add rural affairs as a distinct area of competence within Clause 2 of the bill. As I said before, there is no difference in policy intent here. The government's position remains that these matters are already captured within the existing areas of competence. Nevertheless, we recognise the strength of feeling that has been expressed by noble lords in the other place, and we extend devolution beyond the predominantly urban centres of England. It is right that strategic authorities look to use the powers and funding at their disposal to support communities across a wide range of geographies, whether urban, rural or coastal. The government is therefore prepared to accept the addition of rural affairs and coastal communities to the list of subjects included within the area of competence. Honourable members, Madam Deputy Speaker, will know that the government's objective is for every part of England to benefit from devolution, and that we want this to be fundamentally a bottom-up process. So, for the benefit of the House, I will repeat the government's commitment not to commence the ministerial powers of direction to establish non-mayoral strategic authorities or expand existing strategic authorities without local consent for a period of 2 years following royal assent. This is the approach that we have taken in the conversations and engagement with local authorities in order to form foundational strategic authorities, and this is the approach we continue to take. At the same time, we have listened carefully to concerns raised by some of this House and in the other place about the backstop powers to set out in Schedule 1. We are therefore proposing to remove the power for the Secretary of State to establish a mayor in an area without local consent. On to brownfield land, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government fully agrees on the importance of prioritising the development of brownfield land. As previously stated, the National Planning Policy Framework is the framework with which planning policies and decisions are and should be made. It remains the right place to set clear expectations for how and where development should come forward. I have previously set out imposing a legal requirement in the bill would risk undermining effective plan making and local flexibility in supporting sustainable development. The government considers the amendment passed by the other place to be impractical, as it would undermine effective plan making. It would limit considerations of local circumstances and create inconsistency in terms of the requirement between spatial development strategies prepared by mayors and strategic authorities and those prepared by the upper tier county councils and unitary authorities. Therefore, I invite honourable members to reject the amendments in lieu on brownfield land. Turning to the issue of local authority governance arrangements, we remain firmly of the view that executive models of governance, and in particular the leader and cabinet model, provide the clearest and most transparent decision-making model in local government. We continue to believe that our approach strikes the right balance between encouraging a more consistent model of governance across England's local authorities, whilst respecting local democratic mandates and decisions where a committee-run council has adopted its governance model more recently. I think we have got the balance right. We have listened, we have adapted, and we do not intend to go further, and I invite honourable members to reject the amendment. On to town and parish councils, Madam Deputy Speaker, I recognise the strength of feeling about the role of parish councils in neighbourhood governance. The government has considered Lord Amendment 37 and 91 carefully. We cannot accept an amendment that would undermine the principle of autonomy and localism. The creation of new parish councils is for local authorities to decide based on their community's needs. Central government should not intervene and should not direct that any particular model of neighbourhood governance is right for a particular place. However, we have proposed a further amendment, building on our previous commitments. The new change requires local authorities to engage with town and parish councils where appropriate regarding parish representation under neighbourhood governance arrangements. This makes it clear that parish councils, where they exist, have an important role to play in neighbourhood governance. Again, this is a point I've consistently made through the passage of the bill. We absolutely recognise the role of town and parish council. So we believe that this strikes the right balance alongside our commitments to review and update the guidance on community governance reviews and publish a neighbourhood governance framework. Finally, On agent of change, Madam Deputy Speaker, while I thank my noble colleagues for their insightful comments on the agent of change principle, I continue to hold that the most effective way to ensure the proper consideration of this principle is through strengthening existing mechanisms. National planning policy is not wishy-washy, as some have suggested. The framework carries significant weight in the planning system, and we are already in the most ambitious period of planning reforms in a decade. I recognise the concerns that have been raised with me through this debate, and it is clear that the principle is not being effectively implemented. We are already proposing to update policy to address these issues, and I have committed to reviewing the guidance to help disseminate best practice. Again, there is no fundamental difference in the policy intent. It's the mechanism by which we take it forward. And we believe the changes we have already in train will ensure important businesses are protected from the effects of new development. And so with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge the House to reject the amendments. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill has undoubtedly been improved as a result of the scrutiny in ping-pong so far, and we are incredibly grateful. We are pleased to be able to offer concessions on rural affairs and coastal communities, on the power to direct a mayor, and on town and parish councils. However, the government is not prepared to accept any of the other amendments we have discussed today. Not because there is fundamentally a difference in terms of policy, but because we are thinking about the most effective mechanism by which we ensure those policies bite. I therefore urge the House to support the government's position and accept the government's concessions.
The question is that this House does not insist on its disagreement to Lord's Amendment 2, but proposes Amendment A to Lord's Amendments as on the notice paper, and I call David Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know, despite her centralising zeal, I detect a slight weariness on the part of the Minister, as once again we are going toe-to-toe on these amendments. It remains, Madam Deputy Speaker, the position of the opposition that these are overall a set of centralising measures that the government brings forward in this bill, which fundamentally are about extending the control from Whitehall into our town halls.
Whitehall's knows best.
Coming, as we hear continually from local government leaders, from a government which does have a record of imposing both additional cost and responsibilities on our local authorities. But it is welcome to hear from the Minister that there's been additional recognition from government about the differences that exist around our rural and our coastal communities. Now, I do have some coastline in my constituency, but Ruislip-Lido is not what I think we had in mind when pushing forward the argument. But it is very clear that the needs of our rural communities and our coastal communities are often different, and the potential that they offer different from what we see in urban and suburban areas. So we will not be pushing for a further vote on the matter of extending the recognition of rural affairs. But let me turn, Madam Deputy Speaker, next to the amendment on prioritising brownfield sites for development. The concern that we are setting out very clearly as an opposition is that, taken alongside many of the other changes which the government are bringing forward to the planning system, the risk this continues to create is that at the end of this Parliament, the end of this period, we'll see a significant increase in the number of greenfield sites that are brought forward that have planning consent, and we will not see what cross-party we all say we want to see, which is a significant amount, in particular of our housing target, delivered on brownfield sites that are brought back into use for residential purposes. And it is absolutely critical, particularly with the powers that this bill brings in for mayors to drive forward this development, that we ensure that brownfield is prioritised to manage the risk that we already see under some mayoral authorities of prioritising the easy wins rather than the ones that are most effective in delivering the housing target.
Will my old friend give way on that point?
Of course.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The point my honourable friend is making is a very accurate description of what is happening in my local area of Bexley, where developers are trying to argue that greenfields are now ripe for development because of the government's planning changes. Does he share my concern that the government are continuing to try and barge this through of this House, and also the concern that both Reform and Labour both support the government's grey belt position, which will have a detrimental impact on our local community and on our nature environment?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and we know that Old Bexley and Sidcup, just like Ruislip North and Pinner, indeed many of the constituencies that are represented on these benches, share this concern that they see a Reform Party that is championing tearing up the green belt across our capital in pursuit of housing targets, but also the ambiguity that's been created by the government's position on grey belt, which seems to be applied in general to any site on which a developer can argue that housing could be delivered because it's had some previous use. And that level of ambiguity is another one of the reasons why we're very keen to push forward and see the government accept the case, very strong case, for why brownfield should be enshrined as the priority. Let me then turn briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the amendment around the leader and cabinet model of local government. Now, I need to be clear, as an opposition, we do not have a strong view about what governance arrangements town halls should choose. Many of us will have had experience under the committee system, under leader and cabinet model, some including with executive mayors. But the reason why we intend to still push forward on this is because it represents, once again, that centralising tendency, a view in Whitehall that the government knows best what those structures should be. Now, it happens to be the case that I agree with ministers that the leader and cabinet model is the most effective and efficient, but it is not for us to tell locally elected officials, locally elected councillors, how they should make their arrangements. Of course.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way, and may I congratulate him on his efforts yesterday. I'm sure we're both struggling to bob in the chamber this afternoon. And I agree with him on the views about the cabinet arrangement of local council. I think one of the advantages, I'm sure he would agree with me with that, is actually it means that there are less meetings and actually makes being a council more accessible to those that have jobs and childcare commitments, and doesn't just rely on councillors who perhaps are retired or retired. Just on the point about the government's approach to local authorities, would he agree with me though that what a good thing that this government has done is ensure multi-year funding for local councils? Because when I was a councillor in Harlow, mentioned Harlow, got it in, was just that that was a real challenge, both for opposition and for the opposition to do shadow budgets, but also the administration to do their budgets.
The timings of the Shadow Minister's marathon.
Sufficient to say that I was significantly slower than the honourable member for Harlow, whose outstanding efforts I'm sure will leave him a little bit sore with bobbing today. But of course, the member for Harlow will also know the benefits of an effective leader and cabinet model because he has a good Conservative local authority led by Councillor Dan Swords, and it is the work that Councillor Dan Swords and his team have done that's driven forward the improvements that Harlow has been able to enjoy over many years. And I think the key point, I'm going to make a little progress, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker. The key point is to ensure that our local authorities can set out their governance arrangements in a way that reflects the needs of their community. And we've already seen the government accept the argument that we need to ensure in respect of rural and coastal communities that there is a degree of nuance in this legislation. And this is another example of exactly that argument. Turning now to the amendment on parish governance. Now, I know not all of us will have parish councils in our local areas, but they are a significant feature of civic life across the country, and many of them will run important local facilities like leisure centres, car parks, and it is clearly significant that we ensure that their role is enshrined, especially at a time when the wider agenda which this government is undertaking of local government reorganisation is seeing a significant transfer of services to those parish councils from districts that are due to be abolished. So it is welcome that we see the government moving forward on that. The final two amendments that we call to debate this afternoon are firstly in respect of the so-called agent of change principle, the idea that a new arrival in a community should bear the cost of the consequent changes that are there because of it gaining planning consent. So if somebody opens a new music venue or builds a new residential development, that should not be at the expense of existing and long established uses. And many of us as constituency MPs will have had experience when, for example, a property developer creates a new residential development and then seeks to close down an existing venue like a local pub, or in my case, I think of an example to do with a bus garage, because they were concerned about the impact that they would have. Now, clearly, those established uses with prior consent need to have a degree of priority, and that's something which has already found its way into law in Scotland. And we believe that it is a reasonable recommendation for the government to take this forward and ensure that those existing uses have sufficient protection in this bill to ensure that they are not subject to the unfair impact of new and subsequent arrivals seeking to pass costs of mitigating the consequences of their activity onto them. And then finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Amendment 98 on the Secretary of State's powers on changes to strategic authorities. It was something hotly contested as this bill made its way through committee, that it contains chapters and chapters of new powers for the Secretary of State to direct mayors, to direct the combined authorities. And that very much goes to the point about this being centralising legislation. So whilst it introduces a new layer of local government, it nonetheless results in central government having significantly more power over how the powers to levy a precept are used, the powers to create new housing development, the powers to create zoning to ensure that development takes place, the power to bring together groups of local authorities and to assume some of those responsibilities. All of those now fall much more strongly within the purview of a Secretary of State issuing directions from Whitehall about how things should happen locally. And it remains the position of the opposition that as supporters of devolution and as believers in devolution, that we should not simply pay lip service to it in the title, but we should ensure that those measures have the consent and the support of the locally elected politicians whose mandate gives them the power to make those decisions on behalf of their community. So we remain determined that we will push ahead in favour of that principle of consent and ensure that local communities continue to have champions who will speak up for them in this chamber.
Sobel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm just going to address my comments to the Agents of Change principle. As the Chair of the Music APPG, this has been long on our agenda, and I think that the Shadow Minister got the gist of it well, in the fact that this is about existing venues, long-standing venues, music venues and nightclubs in particular, having to effectively back legal challenges from residents of new build, primarily apartments, but any new build residential property. And we've got examples of cases such as the Alphabet and Moth Club of £50,000 or more having taken on the legal challenges of these new developments, challenging their ongoing operations. I had a case like this in my own constituency, which we had to fight within planning committee, where effectively an organisation called Music and Arts Production, who undertake work for those excluded from school to undertake, as I said, music and arts education in their building. Those young people otherwise would become neat and are kept in the education system by Music and Arts Production. Their service, one of their main sources of funding for their service, is a night called Cosmic Slot, which is a night on a Saturday night, which raises very significant funds. Their area is being heavily developed in terms of residential development, Mabgate in Leeds, and there was an issue where there was going to be no protection from a new block of flats and no mitigation for sound by the developer literally opposite their proposals. Leeds in its local plan had not mapped music venues or nightclubs at all, and we've had an issue where I received thousands of emails, literally thousands of emails from as far away as New York, about this planning application. We had to have very significant discussions with planning department and councillors to ensure that the necessary stipulations were made in the decision for noise reduction, and also the fact that the new residents could not effectively close down that club night, because then music and arts production would have to close down, and all those young people would not be able to take part in that education and would, as I said, become neat. So I've got sympathy for the minister or ministers dealing with this, in the fact that MPPF has, throughout the whole process, not on a statutory basis forced local authorities to do this. But I think if we looked at routes through secondary legislation, through the local planning process, to address this issue, because at the moment this bill and the MPPF does not adequately protect venues. And so what I'm looking for is for some reassurance from the Minister, who I know in her own constituency as well has many music venues and nightclubs, so it's obviously something that she cares deeply about, that we look at the agents change principle and ensures that both locally and nationally that the relevant protections are available, and we are not going to see further pressures put on nightclubs and music venues who are already suffering under, for instance, not so much the music venues, but nightclubs under the business rate increases, obviously all the other cost pressures that have happened recently, and the additional cost of having to fight developers will eventually push those venues out of existence. Thank you.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Zoe Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And beginning with Lord's Amendment 2, the Liberal Democrats welcome the government's decision not to insist on its disagreement with our amendment from the other place to include rural affairs within the list of competencies for strategic authorities. We also support...
I will give way on that point.
I will give way.
And thank you. And thank my honourable friend for giving way. Madam Deputy Speaker, too often our rural communities, like mine in Wiltshire, have been overlooked by successive governments, treated as an afterthought, rather than places with the distinct needs, challenges and enormous potential. Decisions are far too often urban assumptions, leaving our rural areas struggling with weak transport and fewer services. Does my honourable friend agree that by embedding the rural affairs at the heart of our strategic authorities, this amendment will ensure that rural communities are no longer overlooked or left behind?
I thank my honourable friend, and she is absolutely right. It is why we have consistently fought for this amendment, that too often rural communities do get overlooked, and this amendment puts it at the very heart of the bill. So as I was saying, we do also support the government's Amendment A, which adds coastal communities to that list of strategic competencies, and so I'm grateful to the Minister. Together, these changes ensure that rural and coastal areas are explicitly recognised in the framework of strategic authorities and will be taken into account when powers, funding and responsibilities are devolved. Together, these changes ensure that they are explicitly recognised in all decision-making. As my honourable friend has said, too often rural and coastal communities have felt overlooked, and their needs really do need to be considered properly in the devolution process. We Liberal Democrats have long championed these communities, so many of my honourable friends within this chamber and in the other place represent areas of rural communities and coastal, and we really welcome the constructive approach the government has taken here on working with us, and I will continue to press for that spirit of collaboration as this bill is implemented, and indeed further legislation in relation to local government after the King's speech.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I know that many people in my constituency of South Devon are very nervous about how local government reorganisation is going to impact them, and that it could lead to a top-down style of devolution, which entirely misses the point of decisions being made locally. So the government backing down on Amendment 2 will provide some reassurance to rural and coastal communities like those in my patch, that the governance of rural and coastal affairs will be meaningfully devolved to local leaders. So will she join me in celebrating the government accepting the Liberal Democrat calls to add both rural and coastal affairs as competencies required of a strategic mayoral authority following LGR?
I thank the Honourable Member for her intervention, and I am happy to welcome and thank the Government for agreeing to put this on the face of the bill. I do want to turn my thoughts now to the issue of brownfield. So we on these benches continue to believe that development must follow a clear principle of brownfield first, not green belt by default, and certainly not what I consider to be a vague concept of grey belt. From my own experience in my constituency of Guildford, I know how important this principle is in practice. Brownfield first is not an abstract planning preference. It's how we protect our precious green spaces that communities value most. Across Guildford, we have brownfield sites that can't currently be developed because of severe flooding constraints. And with the right flood alleviation investment, including support from the government, these sites could come forward for housing and regeneration. Although without that support, pressure inevitably shifts onto surrounding green spaces. Ministers have talked a lot about embedding environmental considerations across their programme, but it's difficult to reconcile that with continued resistance to practical, deliverable measures like this. If we are serious about sustainable growth, we must support councils to reuse land responsibly and not force them to make false choices between meeting housing need and protecting the environment. On to the governance systems, Madam Deputy Speaker. I did set out my position and my party's position on local authority governance last week, but as the government is again seeking to reject the Lord's amendment on this issue, it bears repeating. We Liberal Democrats do not believe it is devolution to compel local authorities to change governance arrangements that were chosen democratically by the communities they serve. That is direction from central government dressed up as localism. Ministers are demanding that councils give up systems that work for them. Not because local people have called for change, but because Whitehall prefers a different model. That fundamentally undermines the principle this bill claims to advocate. Devolution is about trust, and devolution without choice is not devolution at all. We continue to differ with the government on whether this bill really does deliver devolution, but I hope ministers will see today not as the end of the conversation, but the beginning of a more ambitious programme, building on what I imagine will be set out in the King's speech. We stand ready on these benches and look forward to working constructively with the government to achieve real devolution. Local government is the bedrock of our democracy. It shapes the daily lives of our constituents, often more directly than this House does. If we are serious about renewing trust in our democratic institutions, we must start there, by trusting communities, respecting their choices and giving them a real voice over the decisions that affect their lives. This is the test of true devolution, and it is one we still must strive to meet. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Yeah. I encourage members to ensure that their contributions are linked to the amendments that are in front of us today. Holly Billington.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Government's amendment to include a competence covering coastal communities, in addition to the existing suggested amendments on rural areas. Coastal communities, as many people in this chamber have already mentioned, have lagged behind the rest of the country when it comes to economic growth since the great financial crash. Our constituents have more physical and mental health needs, lower life expectancy, higher rates of major diseases, and are generally older. On average, they have lower educational attainment and higher rates of school absences. And once they do enter the workforce, they are paid less. Our coastal towns are also more likely to suffer from higher levels of deprivation than non-coastal towns. Coastal towns face unique economic pressures, such as seasonal economies, struggling industries such as fishing and hospitality, and acute housing crises caused by the spread of short-term holiday lets and a lack of social housing. Connectivity is also a major issue for our constituents, with a lack of quality public transport and less broadband availability. Added to that, it is our constituents who are at the forefront of the impact of the climate crisis and the sewage scandal. Renewing our coastal towns and their local economies, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be crucial in ensuring that all parts of the country share in the national renewal that the government is aiming to bring. That is why this amendment is so important. I hope the government will be clear in its expectations of what Metro mayors with responsibility for coastal communities should do. This needs to have a strong economic focus, with an understanding of how public services and infrastructure underpin the ability for a community to prosper. Can my honourable friend confirm, for example, that one of the commissioners will have to have responsibility for coastal communities if a metro mayoral area has a coast? Furthermore, I hope that my right honourable friend will discuss with colleagues on the Treasury bench how an economic strategy for the coast might be developed through the designation of a coastal economic area. This would complement the new competencies outlined in this bill to ensure that our national strategic priorities for growth reach the community of the economic health of the nation. I would also ask my honourable friend to consider in this context some of the perhaps unintended consequences of the local government reorganisation planned in the coming years. I am very much in favour of unitarisation, not only for efficiency, but also for the ability of places like mine to come together to develop a strategic vision for the wider economy and society of East Kent. However, research I have commissioned suggests that there may be unintended consequences for coastal towns from the local government reorganisation as planned. There are 33 coastal towns and cities with a council's main office, town hall or headquarters within their boundaries. 24 of those are going through the local government reorganisation process. 22 of those have a proposal or multiple proposals that could result in them being dissolved in their current structure and merged with other councils into a larger unitary that covers a bigger area. Now, if that happens, Madam Deputy Speaker, the new unitary will need to decide where they have their headquarters. Town halls in coastal towns or cities are at a particular high risk of relocation because of their often peripheral location, their relative lack of proximity to the new, larger constituent population, their weaker transport links, and other issues such as flood risk. That will have a detrimental impact on local economies, Madam Deputy Speaker, at a time when many of those 22 coastal towns and cities are already struggling. It will also lead to them being more cut off from public leadership, increasing that left-behind feeling. Now, if I was to remind the House that some of those high-risk areas include Clacton-on-Sea, Sittingbourne, Margate, Blackpool, Cromer, Grimsby, Southend-on-Sea and Eastbourne, it ends up being a list of exactly the kind of places that we should be correcting, that we should be helping. So there should be mitigations put in place for that precisely. I would also particularly like to refer to the issues relating to the parish and town council amendments as outlined. I know my honourable friend, the honourable member for Oldham, mentioned that there was a commitment to hardwire community engagement and neighbourhood working into the new governance proposals. It is a shame, however, that parish and town councils are only designated to be important local partners rather than create a legal requirement for them to be consulted. The reason I say this is because we have town councils in Broadstairs and Ramsgate which are highly valued and complementary to the existing local authority structures of Kent County Council and Thanet District Council. Those town councils being extremely valuable, we know and notice the difference that happens between we see between what happens in Ramsgate and Broadstairs, where they have town councils, and Margate, which doesn't. Now, the reality is Margate is about to secure its own town council thanks to fantastic, strong community campaigning by some of my good friends and allies in Thanet Labour Party. And this will help to correct a democratic deficit that would otherwise occur. And indeed, Margate has always been short of this democratic governance that will be needed all the more now because of unitarisation. So can my honourable friend reassure myself and colleagues that town and parish councils really will be fully incorporated into the new settlement? And as outlined in the new government amendments, existing town and parish councils will have a role to play. Could she also reassure us that those without existing town and parish councils will have the opportunity for strong neighbourhood governance? In summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we need is to ensure that those commissioners that will be part of the Metro Mayoral settlement have an economic focus if they are responsible for coastal communities, and every Metro Mayor who has the power to appoint a commissioner and has responsibility for the coast ensures that one commissioner has that focus. That local government reorganisation factors in appropriate mitigations for when there are risks of reduction of local government presence in coastal towns. And finally, that parish and town councils continue to be a vital part of local government settlement.
George.
Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for East Thanet, particularly her points about parish and town councils in Cornwall, where we are completely parished or parish and towned in that sense, and of course it's a really important vehicle for
for communication up from the community, and actually enabling the community to articulate the views of that local community. And indeed, one might even argue that actually parish and town councils are indeed the highest tier of local authority, in the sense that they are closest to the people, closest to the pulse of what local opinion is, and able to articulate that in the process. I have two remarks on two other amendments which I wish to make. One very briefly in respect of the proposals regarding brownfield first, which I strongly support, and I'm disappointed by the government's response to that, in that the government's policy, particularly with regard to its rewriting of the national planning policy framework, which will result in a gold rush to the edges, to the greenfield edges of our towns and communities, because they have set in December 2024 a new housing target, which effectively means that local authorities can no longer defend the edges of their towns if they're unable to demonstrate that they have a 5-year land supply. So in fact, policy is indeed going in exactly the opposite direction at present, and it also undermines fundamentally in rural areas where local authorities and local communities are seeking to advance rural exceptions policy. All of those rural exceptions opportunities are now effectively lost as a result of local authorities no longer having 5-year land supplies. And that is to the detriment of those communities that are desperately seeking to meet local housing need. Hence the importance of making sure that local authorities are under a stronger obligation to bring forward brownfield first. The other amendment I would welcome the opportunity to speak to, and I know that my friends in Campbell and Redruth and in North Cornwall will not only will echo these concerns, is in respect of the Secretary of State's powers regarding combined authorities without local consent, and that is the critical matter. That in fact the only way in which the government can demonstrate that it has the backing of local communities is to actually make sure that they consult them throughout. Now, in Cornwall, and indeed on the Isles of Scilly, because I know that the Isles of Scilly is keen to work with Cornwall in ensuring that we achieve the maximum level of devolution, it is really important that the government looks at this very, very special case of Cornwall, particularly because we have a number of other cultural and language designations which actually mean that the integrity of Cornwall becomes ever more important when navigating one's way through the extremely sensitive process of devolving power, because it's easy to undermine those great strengths of a place like Cornwall if those matters are not properly considered. We have already received correspondence from the Secretary of State in November last year, which the Minister will be well aware of, in which he recognised the special status of Cornwall and the reason why the integrity of Cornwall would be retained. And that, I think, is really very, very important. There was a letter to the leader of the council on the 26th of November last year, in which he said that the Cornwall footprint of the government is minded on an exceptional basis to work with you, that is the local authority, to explore designating the council as a single foundation strategic authority. That's welcome, although we would like to go further than that, as my honourable friends will re-emphasise indeed in a moment. So it's helpful to have the if you like, the building block of making sure that is in place. But I think it is really important that we are able to go further. And indeed, Lord Teverson in another place brought forward an amendment, Amendment 31, for the local authority of a local government area does not have any specific responsibility for the stewardship of rights of its population under the European Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities and the European Charter for Regional Minority Languages. In other words, to bring that into the legislation itself would be a helpful vehicle on which the government could then recognise the very special status of Cornwall and actually build in our view, a justification to transfer combined mayoral authority powers to a location such as Cornwall. The Minister on the 24th, in another place, on the 24th of March, responded to this, explaining that the government was minded to continue the conversation with the local authority and indeed with the 6 members representing constituencies in Cornwall to ensure that we are able to make some progress in this. And I hope that the Minister, in responding, will reflect and I hope give us some encouragement that even though it's not on the face of the bill, that the government will, according to the amendment which the government is rejecting tonight, actually ensure that Cornwall is consulted and that there is proper effort to. I will just finish this point. There is a profit effort on the part of ministers to work with the local authority to achieve maximum devolution. Yes, I'll give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Does he agree with me that in relation to Cornish devolution, that the fact that half of Cornish MPs are represented in a relatively sparse chamber at this late stage, and that other members would be here if they were able to make it, is testament to the fact that we are in a position at the moment with devolution when it feels like we've got part of the way there, but as this process meets a conclusion, there is still deep concern that we are still not considerably further forward in the process of Cornish devolution.
I just want to make stellar contributions on behalf of their constituencies, but I do not believe that we are discussing Cornish devolution right here, right now. And let's keep in scope of the amendments in front of us. Andrew George.
I'm grateful to Madam Deputy Speaker, and of course I accept that whilst we're giving the example of Cornish devolution as one of the potential products, should the government not indeed reject the opportunity for communities for local authorities to be properly consulted, which is what is on the order paper this evening, and that is the most important thing this evening, is to make sure that local authorities are consulted. And what we're seeking is that this then can become an effective vehicle to achieve what is very much desired throughout Cornwall, both by the local authority and indeed by local members. But I accept the point that you make, Madam Deputy Speaker. The point fundamentally is that whether it be Cornwall or indeed any other local authority that is seeking to make sure that its local communities and its wider communities are properly consulted, that it's not a question of or are seeking a process of isolation in this regard, and certainly I think the government recognises that. And indeed, the point that we perpetually make in relation to Cornwall and indeed the Isles of Scilly, which we hope will be cooperating with Cornwall in this regard as a combined authority after all, is that it's about not cutting ourselves off, but cutting ourselves into the celebration of diversity around the United Kingdom. And that, I hope, in the spirit of that ministers will respond constructively, and in spite of the passing of this bill, that actually we have a vehicle to achieve the desired ends as far as Cornwall is concerned. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Perrin Moon.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, and before I start, I would like to ask for a little bit of leeway. I'm going to be speaking to two specific amendments, but these amendments have a direct impact on my experience of devolution, which is in Cornwall. And therefore, I would just ask for a little bit of leeway, but in relation to the amendments themselves, Madam Deputy Speaker.
As long as, Mr Min, you are referencing the amendment you're speaking to, of course, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to speak to the amendment and welcome the amendment in relation to covering coastal communities and the changes that have been made. That is very encouraging. But I also would like to speak to the amendment around consent, local authority consent. And I have to say, I'm deeply disappointed that the right for the Secretary of State to impose on a local authority without local assent has only been delayed for 2 years. And the reason why I'm disappointed with that, only that 2-year delay, is that, and this is where I have to reference our experience in Cornwall, is that for centuries, basically since the Statutory Parliaments ceased to meet in 1753, Cornwall has longed for greater powers to control its own affairs. And so this amendment was an opportunity to work with government to provide that level of devolution. But it should also be noted for constitutionalists that the Statutory Parliament was never actually revoked. So the hunger for greater devolution runs deep in Cornwall, and in the 21st century has been enhanced by the Council of Europe's Framework Convention of National Minority Status, recognising the Cornish as a national minority. And I fear that some of the amendments that have been brought forward, or some of the amendments that were brought forward but were not accepted by the government, including this one, run in contravention to Article 16 of that Framework Convention. The national minority, the process of which began under the last Labour government, but I am very grateful of the Cornish language elevation to the status of all other British Celtic languages. So with this hunger for devolution and commitments from the party, expectations were high. However, as we approach the end of the bill's process, I have to report that I'm disappointed with the progress to date from MHCLG. And it's not like that MHCL didn't know what constitutes the devolution we were looking for. I'm deeply grateful to the Minister and to two Secretary of States for meeting so frequently with Cornish members from both parties to be able to elaborate on what does constitute a devolution deal. And I'm very grateful that the Treasury has delivered the Kernow Industrial Growth Fund. DCMS is moving ahead with support for the language, as I mentioned, and the Departments for Health and Education are investing in Cornwall. But it does feel a bit like MHCLG is not moving at the same progress as others. And, you know, this is never more starkly exposed within Cornwall than on the day that it was announced that Cornwall was losing its shared prosperity funding. New shared prosperity funding was announced in Northern English mayoralties. So in summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst I'm grateful that the Secretary of State is mindful, as my honourable friend from St Ives mentioned, in his letter of November 25, to offer Cornwall a single strategic authority status, as Cornwall will never willingly become part of a mayoral combined authority, because to do so, as I've mentioned, compromises national minority status. When she gets to her feet, could the Minister please confirm when those outstanding areas, including transport, economic development, strategic place partnership for housing, and British and Irish Council attendance are going to be dealt with? Because until then, there will remain distrust and scepticism of the government's intentions for devolution in Cornwall and its place within these British Isles.
Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'll keep my contribution brief to speak once again on Lord's Amendments 98 and 98A to allow other honourable members to have a chance to speak. I and many of my North Cornwall constituents were very disappointed last week that the Minister failed to mention Cornwall once in her closing statement in last Tuesday's session. This was despite me pointing out dangerous powers the government is still trying to instil into law, which could force Cornwall to merge with another authority, either by this government or a future government, without the consent of Cornish people. Cornwall still faces the prospect of having no legal protections in this bill. Liberal Democrats have made efforts in the other place and in this place to secure them, which would take our national minority status into account under the European Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities. I fear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that my constituents are being held to ransom by this government. Accept our terms, effectively give up your national minority status, be forced into a merger with another region, and we might give you more money. And if you don't accept, we'll have the powers to force you to do it in 2 years' time anyway. In my eyes, this amounts to nothing more than economic coercion against a national minority. The Minister keeps repeating, as she did last week, that the government's already committed not to use this power for 2 years. How does that provide comfort for my constituents? Either a future government or this one could use that power after 2 years. I therefore hope all my Cornish colleagues and other members from across the House will join me this time again voting against the government's latest attempt at blocking Lord's Amendment 98 today. Please don't hand this government or future governments this unlawful power to combine authorities against the will of local people who are our constituents. And to the Minister, I say again, you have not considered Cornwall's national minority status, contrary to the European Framework Convention, and so you will likely expect a legal challenge if this bill becomes law. Thank you.
Louis Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to talk to Lord's Amendment 94B and 94C regarding the agent of change principle. My particular concern in this, as I said in the debate last week, relates to grassroots music venues and the impact that the current lack of agent for change principle being robustly applied through planning guidance has on them. Just to set a little bit of context, there were 1,150 grassroots music venues a few years ago, and the Music Venue Trust now believes that has fallen to 800 venues. That is really important because grassroots music venues are important not just to local cultural identity, and Sunderland is a music city, as we all know, Madam Deputy Speaker, but those venues are absolutely core to the UK music industry. The UK music industry is worth £5.2 billion a year in this country, and the grassroots music venues are the research and development department of that industry. So while I think it's tempting to think about music venues and assume that there is a lot of money sloshing around because of the success of some of our international acts, that is absolutely not the case for grassroots music venues trying to keep the show on the road, as it were, on our high streets. That's why there have been 350 closed in recent years. You know, of the 366 small venues that Ed Sheeran played in when learning his trade, over 150 are now closed. Of the 34 venues that Oasis played in before being signed, only 11 remain. And if we do not work to ensure that the agent of change principle is properly applied, which Lord's Amendment 94 speaks to, Madam Deputy Speaker, we risk further catastrophic loss of venues today, because the closures are not just due to economic factors, as people have spoken to more widely on the high street, but the Music Venue Trust conservatively estimates that over 125 grassroots music venues closures have been due specifically to planning issues since 2015. And
Could my honourable friend give way?
I absolutely will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. It's important to point out that what he has said specifically about the issue to do with licensing. I know small venues in my constituency are vital for our visitor economy, and indeed to be part of that pipeline of developing enormous amounts of talent. It is worthwhile pointing out, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Eurovision Song Contest a representative of the UK comes from Ramsgate, and if it wasn't for the fact that we have strong music representation, music venues such as Ramsgate Music Hall in Ramsgate, Faith in Strangers, Where Else Space and Olbies in Margate, the likes of Look Mum No Computer, our contestant in the Eurovision Song Contest, may have no prospect of being able to develop and deliver.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I remember fondly my time in Broadstairs and the vibrant cultural scene that there was, and certainly, if she wouldn't mind me saying, too many grassroots music venues risk facing their own Waterloo at the moment in reference back to the... Yes, of course I will.
I thank him for giving way, and I cannot let this moment pass, particularly after the contribution of my honourable friend from Thanet, with raising the son of Redruth, one Mick Fleetwood from Fleetwood Mac, just to highlight the importance of our cultural diversity within Cornwall and within my hometown of Redruth. Would he agree that it's absolutely vital that we celebrate these great musicians?
Lewis Atkinson.
I absolutely do, and again, the risk is that too many music venues are becoming second-hand news if they're forced to shutter, where the likes of people like Fleetwood Mac have learnt their trade. So I totally agree with the honourable, my honourable friend. The government has made the very welcome commitment recently to set out a new high street strategy, and I absolutely welcome that. And the reality is the high street is, of course, changing due to changing retail habits, online shopping, etc. And cultural venues, such as music venues, are absolutely core to the regeneration and future of the high street, which means that the sort of protections as envisaged in Lord's Amendment 94B and C become even more crucial to them. Of course I will.
Does my friend agree with me that actually this issue does create particular issues for councillors on planning committees and local authorities, and having the clarity that this amendment would bring would make it much easier for planning committees to operate and to give music venues and nightclubs the reassurances they need?
I think the honourable friend makes an excellent point, and I think I will come on to say a little bit about the national planning framework at the moment, but I think my honourable friend made a good point in his own contribution about local plans. And I think the part of the issue at the moment is that we have local councils with very different approaches to this. And I do wonder whether there is scope for the government to ensure or certainly encourage local authorities to ensure that grassroots music venues are explicitly referenced and identified in their local plans, so that when such planning applications are put in, that there is explicit recognition of them. It isn't just, Madam Deputy Speaker, the risk of explicit closure that lack of agent of change envisages. It's the ongoing uncertainty. The Night and Day Cafe in Manchester spent 3 days fighting noise abatement proceedings from a nearby development, putting the ongoing stress and risk on that establishment over time. And my honourable friend, the member for Manchester Withington, who isn't in his place today, I know intervened last week in this debate, referencing venues like those. So can I welcome the Minister's acknowledgement from the dispatch box that the current planning framework isn't operating as initially envisaged? I think it was 2018 when the agent of change principle was first put into the national planning framework, following a private member's bill, I believe, from the now Lord Speller, at the time the MP for Worley. The reality is that having that in guidance has not been sufficiently implemented, and the Music Venue Trust again report that there have not been a meaningful reduction in the amount of planning applications that risk threatening music venues in that time. So there is something about enforcement, and I wonder if the Minister could say a little bit about the work that the government are doing to increase the resources and the ability of local authorities to enforce the national planning framework in relation to Agent for Change in the future. But the other reality, I'm afraid, is that the MPPF, including the draft MPPF as set out by the government recently, is just not strong enough. Lord Brannan of Canton referred to this in his speech in the other place last Thursday, I believe. And just to reassure the Minister, I am not seeking a widespread power here that would extend noise protections to all sorts of establishments. The concern, I think, of myself and others across the House and in the other place relates specifically to cultural venues, in particular grassroots music venues and nightclubs, as my honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central and Headingley, has ably set out. I support the government's mission to build more houses and create more residences, and the example in my constituency is that actually the lack of clarity and enforcement of the current framework is stopping those, because there are flats in my city centre that are not being built because they are locked in a process where the developer tries to get away with what they can under noise abatement at the moment in the absence of a clear statutory duty, and therefore we get a local music venue stressed about potential threats to it and a developer that is not able to build houses. And I think if you look at the Scottish, if one looks at the Scottish example, my apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is report to be greater clarity in that instance. I understand that the Scottish planning system is significantly different in many elements to the one that we have here, but the Music Venue Trust report a significant reduction in the amount of venue closures in Scotland since... I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. It's just simply to put on the record and to reaffirm what my honourable friend has said in regard to the fact that this is an important way of ensuring that we have a place-led way of shaping our communities. Because without that, we won't be able to get the homes that people desperately need in the places that they need them, and to ensure that those places are worthwhile living in because they have other things apart from homes. Those cultural venues that we are talking about are so vital not only to the economy but also to a place that you actually want to spend your time in. That is the balance that is going to be required, and that is why this power needs to be there.
I entirely agree with my honourable friend, and the title of this bill is around community empowerment and devolution, and to empower my community in Sunderland, I want my community to have the powers to ensure that our key cultural venues like Pop Rex, venues like Independent, venues like the Bunker, retain protections from further development around them. So if I would just turn to the draft national planning framework that the Minister has referred to, and I understand the government's difficulty in breaking, I think, maybe some might say is a precedent of not putting planning guidance into statute. I understand there was a genuine judgment to be made here, even if there is a shared policy intent. But the existing draft national planning framework, Madam Deputy Speaker, refers to, under section P4, that existing businesses, community facilities, public services and
Alright guys, keep it up.
Hold on 1 second. I've got a pen left, right? And he's got a pen left, and you've got a pen left. So that's what I thought. So you see that come back. Can you go over a little bit over? So he can go over a little bit, so we can all have a hand together. Because I'll move that way. All right, I'll come back to you. You be ready. And I pen left. So pen left yourself. Yeah. Now, please move yourself then, please. So I can come back. Can we do that? So you're going to be that way, right?
Yeah.
When it lands?
Yeah, I'll be following the plan.
All right, let's see. Can you pan your way? Yeah, that's not going to help because you're going to fly. Can you go down a little? On the tripod? Yeah, this thing is out. That's going to fly.
Yeah, but it's going to come in front from a distance. It's not going to come back.
Knocked off wide? Yes. If we have to walk along this line as the pool. Okay. Henry's going to come down and do a bit in front of the steps. Where are you guys picking up from, and where can you operate without getting in your way?
Let me just double check with Adam. I'll just check with him. Yeah. But
Are we sure it's 6 minutes, or is it? I'm looking at it right now. They're at 3,000 feet. All right, so what's this flight out here then? Let's move to again. What's out there? Yeah. See the light closest to us. I bet you that's him. Fuck that. Can you get that microphone off the camera? Damn it. Yeah, it's a small plane. I don't think that's it. No, you're right.
2080. So that's 800.
I wanted you to make sure it's Phoebe. I talked to the press agent. Okay.
Or if you're in the pool shot.
Sorry, man.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Thanks for pointing that out.
Thank you.
You guys good? You guys go with them? You got a trail over there.
The idea of filming a training video. Event this big.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just to the left of the control tower.
Jacqueline. Thank you. Right there. Great.